Hey folks, I'm testing something out. I think it was episode 6 or 5? It was like one of those where I started noticing my Minotaur Hotel videos getting copyright claim for music, and I do not know why it would do that. So I'm just like kind of testing the waters and just having the theme of this go on, and if I could just have that as like, maybe a recurring thing throughout the whole videos, and that's not the copyright claim song, I might just do that and play that in the background, because it is very soothing, and I like it. Watch it be the one song that gets claimed, and it's like, no! Anyway, I need to set things up. I'll be ready in a bit, I swear. And now I'm getting closer and closer to the mic the more I talk. Ugh, I need to stay far from the mic. Let's complain about this before the video. So, we are going live in a bit. You get to just hear me rambling about my mic complaints. And it's like I don't have the gain up. I just turned it all the way down. No mic gain. None. Absolutely no gain of the mic. Now I'm one surfer's up finger away. You'll see what I mean when I start the stream. You're starting at 2 minutes. Here we go. Stream successfully updated. Alright. I hope y'all are ready for this, because I've been wanting to do a VN for a while now. Welcome back, everybody. Dirk the Red Panda here with Minotaur Hotel. Yes, we are going back to Minotaur Hotel, and we are finishing it off, hopefully, at least for this update. I know Minotaur Hotel can be a hefty game, and it's really fun to play, but it's really good in like large sittings like this, where you get to basically experiment with the game and just mess around and find out what is and what isn't in this world. And unlike most VNs, it's got like an interesting kind of like RPG-esque dynamic to it, where it's like you're trying to collect stuff, and there's also various like stat counters you have to access, so it's like your outcome could be very custom of what you choose and whatnot. It's not like there's one specific A or B route you're choosing. It's really tough to explain, but y'all know what I mean, right? Oh, and let me take away this. Now we have one screen. It is me. So, can you search my vampire system? Maybe later. But I was gonna say is like the whole finger thing I was talking about earlier, the surfer finger thing, where it's like surfs up or whatever. People tend to use that as like a method to like keep their finger between the mic, not their finger, to keep their mouth between the mic and, yeah, their mouth. I can't speak. You know what I mean. But yeah, like you're supposed to kind of keep your head that distance from the mic, just so you don't like get so close like this and just burst the mic with like max audio. So I'm trying to work on that myself. Try not to be too loud. I think there's enough content for yet another stream before you finish this update. Oh dear goodness. I'm concerned. Very concerned indeed. Alright. Let me just check to see the game itself. Okay, making sure everything is ready. And once again, I think this will be the only song I play just throughout in general, just to, keep things interesting, keep things lively. I'm trying to go to the PC folder of it just so I can like access that one song and just play it on loop over and over again. Why? Because I am crazy. There it is, Minotaur Hotel. Where the hell's the theme music? I'm choosing you over sleep today. Why do people keep choosing me over sleep? This is not healthy for you. Go get sleep. Do it. It's healthy. Alright. Where the hell's the music? I must access the music. Oh, come on. Maybe I could check this music menu to see what the song playing is. Lina Palera. Okay, so this is what it is. There it is. Okay, it's in white. I could not see that. So, hopefully we can play that on loop. And I can mute this, so... Sorry, folks. It's been muted. Now let's go back and see if I can... Lina... I'm just going to be checking throughout all my different menus what it is. I'm sorry I'm accessing the games folder like an unloyal fan. Oh, goodness. Oh, maybe that was just the artist. I am stupid. Lena player. Okay, it's Psycholos Epitaph with the Lyre of Apollo. Psycholos something Epitaph. Maybe this is it? Found it! We are going to open this up in iTunes. Oh dear goodness, I don't even remember my password. And that will keep playing until I find out what my password was for my iTunes. Dear goodness, I am very organized on my streams, aren't I? Anyway, for y'all who weren't here the past episode, we got done chapters 14 through 15? We're pretty much at the point where it's like, you either get Themba, whoever the boar character is, or that doggo character. And yeah, they have a chapter dedicated to them, so that's where we are right now. So, apologies as I multitask. Very horribly, mind you. I'm not sure, is it like... Just needed to double check something, see if it was like playing twice in my audio. Oh, come on. It's gonna be wrong. Yeah! Shoot. This ain't good. This ain't good. And I am panicking right now. I got Minotaur Hotel music played and I have no control over it. Maybe I just mistyped something. Yes. I think it worked. Please tell me this worked. Yes, it worked. I paused it. I did it. Woof. Thank you for coming along this adventure with me. There's a scene that you just have to listen to. Foolish child, if you get to it. Oh boy, that sounds interesting. We are reading for the next 5 hours. Maybe. So. I'm trying to figure out how to loop something on iTunes. Play on loop. How do I do this? Why is it so hard to learn how to do things with iTunes? God dang it. Oh, come on. So, yes, we should probably start around, like, the 11-minute mark. Sorry, I am just very out of sorts right now. Here we go. We are restarting the song. Oh, there we go. Okay, I can play it on loop. Thank goodness. Let me just test it out, see if this plays on loop. 10 seconds left. And I'm going to lower the volume. Let me know if this is too quiet or not. Oh no! It's not looping the correct way. Ah. There we go, it's the 1. So if I do just loop, it's gonna just go through everything. Okay. One more time, everybody. Yes, we're going to be reading this for a while. That's why I started at around 8. I'll probably be up for a while. Perfect. Alright, we got the looping audio. And fingers crossed this is not the copyright claimed song, so I can keep playing this over and over again instead of any of the other music. Yeah. Alright, so we're going to start in less than a minute. 12 and a half minutes, maybe? The reading begins. Okay. So, let me just move that. And, yeah, so if we continue from last time, we are here. Themba 1. Wait, 1? Oh, goodness. What happened? Oh, dear goodness, this is just gonna be crazy. Yeah, I got copyright claimed for something in this game, music-wise. I don't know what, but... yeah, we'll figure it out. Alright, let's start now, shall we? Here we go. A string of vapor rose from the coffee mug, framed by blinding sunlight splashing its way from the window to the countertop. The kitchen smelled of aged wood, spices, dust, and unbathed man. The house as a whole, meanwhile, could not ever let go of the scent of greatness and bitter old age. A trunk wrapped around the coffee mug and brought it to a mouth rougher than uncut gemstones. A scaled mitt clawed a smartphone's screen as it scrolled down the news feed. The other hand scratched the man's stomach. After seeing one tragedy too many on his screen, the great beast lifted his head to gaze instead at the window and the world outside. His ears flapped, stirring the stagnant air in the kitchen. He noticed his own scent. Oof. Sharp, almost offensive, mixing sweat with rock and clay dust. Ugh. He should shower. It was right and proper. But for what? There was no one around to witness his hygiene or lack thereof. Neither was there any worthwhile task commanding him to dress up for the occasion. This would be another lazy day spent trying to find a distraction, ignoring the glaring issue that had consumed his family for decades now. The great beast sighed. He should call his dad, ask him how his recovery was going. But he knew how well even a gesture as small as that could flare up the old man's condition. So he waited. As his family had done for decades, he did their small duties, managing a stable portfolio of investments and transferring retirement funds to an ever-dwindling list of survivors. Just another day, suspended in time. and away from their purpose. A somber croak escaped from his chest. And that was when the doorbell rang. He marched to the door, his trunk swaying left and right with every step. Through the peephole he saw a little man, face painted with a crooked smile. He had odd features. How uncommon it was to see one with such Mediterranean traits in Johannesburg. The little man must have heard the beast's heavy footsteps, for he had answered the houses before the resident could even speak.
Special delivery for Mr. Manleki? Whatever this name is, how can you pronounce this name?
Themba's diamond ring shone brilliantly when he opened the door.
Mr. Manleki is away. He won't be here for a few more months. I am his son, so you may hand it to me.
But the stranger did not budge. Not an inch. Not even a fraction of it. As if he was a statue bolted to the ground.
It's not here. Or if he's not here, then please inform me of his whereabouts. I must deliver this to his hands. I was informed it's a very urgent business matter. Yet another reason to give it to me. My father is retired. It's been a few years since I've taken over for him.
The little man looked at Themba's ring. His eyes were drawn to the diamond on it.
So you are his heir. I suppose it makes sense. Here, I was told it's a most urgent matter.
The little man turned and walked away. In the time it took for Themba to scan the envelope's surface, he was already 24 meters from the door.
Wait, there's no return address on this envelope. Who sent it?
But the little man never looked back. It was a day like any other. A chilly breeze out on the doorstep refreshed him from the mugginess of the kitchen. From the corner of his vision, Themba caught a glimpse of a cat pouncing on a distracted bird. Still standing in the open doorway, wearing only a pair of too small shorts and a paint-stained shirt covered in scent of a sweaty night of sleep, he opened the envelope. The cat bit down on the bird's neck. It stopped struggling. Themba saw the 10 words. Just 10. And his trunk went numb. Return now to the hotel. Master Asterion requires your services. Shocking. Hummingbirds pecked at the back of his skull, making each and every fine strand of hair stand on end. There he stood, scratching behind his ears until flushed. The cat, meanwhile, ran off with its limp prey. Back inside, Themba sat on the couch. Without a second thought, he typed in his father's phone number. The screen displayed a picture of his dad 3 decades ago. Back when he was leaner, still wearing his favorite suit just as it threatened to become too small. Even back then, his eyes had already gone dull. Deathly bored and bitter. His shoulders slouched forward, hinting at the fused bones fated to envelop or evolve into a gruesomely hunched back. And right out on his deck was the liquor, cigarettes, and painkillers. 10 minutes, and he never pressed the call button. Themba could do it. For decades, he had been preparing himself for this day. He got up. Then a shower, 20 minutes long, most of it spent just standing under the stream. Having his back pelted like that was almost comforting. The elephant could hope it would wash away all the decades-long stagnation from himself. Life, he knew, was often unforgivable. And he, Themba Kaluza, could not shake the thought that, after so long, he would be as inadequate as death feels wrong. It would be a disgrace. All their decisions would, no doubt, be scrutinized and deemed heretical. Gross misuse of resources and rampant mismanagement, if not outright mutiny. But he had to do it. Themba's life had been too good so far. It was only right he rise to the occasion and repay this old debt. He went on with his preparation. Bitter coffee, halfway burnt. Overfilled briefcase almost bursting. Scratched car keys in fidgeting hands. Woof, look at that. Clothes, some of his finest. But not the best, for being overdressed would be the most unbecoming. Turned on the security system, locked all the rooms, then the back and front doors. Out and ahead. Afraid at first, yet indifferent when the scenery changed into a desert. Up and down slopes. Trunk twisted into knots that came undone when the majestic hotel rose from the horizon.
Oh, guests!
Excited when parking his car beside the others.
So many.
As a boy, the double doors had been too heavy for him. But today, pushing both at the same time feels like justice and bliss have met at last. Despite all the reasons to be afraid, for a moment Themba allows himself the luxury of believing everything will be fine. Breathe in. Hold it for 5 heartbeats. Then out. Just like his father taught him.
Of course, Luke is the one to greet him. Howdy, partner. Good having you here in this little hotel.
Themba's gaze wanders. How small the place feels now. Almost like a dollhouse compared to his memories. But one thing remains exactly like he remembers it. When he lays a hand on the wooden desk, he can feel the labyrinthine patterns in the grain. Today, he traces a claw over them, just like he did as a boy.
Good morning. I hope you are having a fine day. Sure am. It's always a fine day when we're doing good work.
The griffin, how curious, gives Themba a rather forward look up and down before launching into his welcoming spiel.
So, as you may have guessed, this here is a special place. Our goal is giving a home to everyone who needs it. But I know the trip's confusing as hell, so... You want an explanation on this whole thing? That won't be necessary. I am well acquainted with. Here. Could you please take me to the master? I have matters to address with him. You looking for Dirk?
Looking for me, baby.
Are you friends? Pardon, I meant Master Asterion. He...
A nervous cough creeps up his throat. Would it be too proud or excessive? perhaps even egocentric, to hope he will be remembered.
He might recognize my name. Tell him Themba, son of
How do I pronounce it, the Muffin Man?
Tell him Themba, son of Mandalek, is here. My father could not come, so I am here in this place. It's an honor making your acquaintance, Mr. The name's Luke. And sure, pal, just wait here. I'll be back in a jiffy. Gasp, hotel.
The Minotaur arrives with a man in tow. Oh damn, Starin and Themba both looking fine today. Their eyes lock. Shame already boils over Themba's ears, like he is merely some presumptuous child again. He pulls his eyes down to the Minotaur's hooves. In the fraction of a second during which he gazes at the Minotaur's face, he sees uncertainty turning into surprise, then into an open-hearted excitement. Themba bends a knee, lowers his gaze, and waits for the cadence of the true master's sweet-sounding hooves. In the seconds that follow, he feels naked, unforgivably so. He closes his fists and grits his teeth, as if to distract from the cringing taking over his chest. The Prince of Crete wastes no time and lays a hand on the boy's head. Can you believe it? When he was here last, he was no taller than my waist. You have grown so much. Do you remember when you used to run down the hallways, bumping into everyone in your way?
How could I forget? Those were the happiest years of my life, sir.
The sentiment is dearly appreciated. Now, rise, please. I want to see your face. How has your family fared, Themba? It has been a long time.
Sir, despite your absence, we have upheld the mission. We never forget your ideals, and so we...
Oh, don't cry!
To the best of our abilities, we searched for and located nearly all the displaced employees and their families. For the last 8 decades, we took it as our goal to make sure they received their due compensation, that they were taken care of, and lived to enjoy a comfortable old age. We were not perfect, however. A few escaped our grasp, but my father did his best for the hotel's mission.
The Minotaur's arms lose all strength. His ears flick back and forth to blow away the storm of hummingbirds pecking at the back of his skull. Even before Themba finishes, Starin is already closing his eyes and digging his hooves onto the floor to contain the dizziness overtaking him. Even if his knees buckle, he does not faint nor lose balance. And despite a throat-ravishing groan, the Minotaur feels not a lick of discomfort. He lets out a well-earned sigh of immeasurable relief and regains his composure. As their eyes meet, Themba's gaze drops downward once more. And how about your father? How is he doing?
He is alive and well, sir. Just indisposed, recovering from a health issue. His condition is stable, but delicate. I thought it prudent to come as soon as I heard the news. I shall inform you of your return as soon as the health allows it. Please do not fear. There is no doubt he will make a full recovery in due time.
I see. Sad as it may be to hear that news, this will provide us with time to prepare a proper welcome for him.
Yes, sir.
And how did you find your way here? Did the gods send you a premonition?
I received a letter today, not more than 2 hours ago. It read, "Return now to the hotel. Master Asterion requires your services." Wasn't that your lordship's doing?
I'm afraid not. Although... Looks at me. Let us figure out the details later. Come, I want to hear all of your stories, everything you can say. But first... Asterion looks at you. Dirk, this is Themba. He is the son of our previous accountant. Their lineage is nothing if not traditional, so I am not surprised he kept to the family business.
Certainly, sir. I follow my father and grandfather's trade with all the pride in the world.
They have been with us for centuries now, responsible for the hotel's finances and making sure our employees are taken care of well into their elderly years. He is a Grootslang from South Africa. Their lineage is a very ancient one. Legend says they were one of the first beings created by the gods. Now, Themba, Dirk is the hotel's current master. It is he whom we must thank for our prosperity. Aw, why thank you. Like an archer taking aim, Themba's gaze locks on your eyes. Before you can muster up any words, he extends his hand for a firm handshake. Boy, my hand's gonna be like absolutely crushed after that handshake. Oh, did I still say it wrong? Mandalok. Whatever. I'm sorry. Anyway.
The new one. Yes, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
His grip lingers and so does his gaze, appraising every single feature of your face.
Pardon if this is somehow indelicate, but I must say your face is altogether unfamiliar. Fondly so, I should add, but I must make sure. Would you happen to have any familiar relation to a certain Clement?
You respond in kind to Themba's increasingly firm handshake, squeezing it more that he suspects you to be Clement's offspring. Thankfully, no. He and I are entirely unrelated. Although my time here has made me far too familiar with what he did.
Now that's a relief.
He lets go of you and steps back. His grip comes undone tenderly now, every knuckle uncurling like a snake giving up on its prey. His gaze, softer, shyer, returns to Asterion.
We have a great deal of business to discuss. Is there a private room we could use?
What a beautiful private room indeed. You and Asterion led Themba to the office in your shared quarters, but some rituals must be followed. Take off your shoes before you come in. No meeting can end well if there's no fresh coffee to kick it off. Fun fact, I actually had coffee last night for the first time, and I found out I do not like coffee. I prefer iced tea. Anyway, while the Grootslang prepares his papers in the office, you and Asterion chat in the kitchen. I was there during his birth. He even started calling me uncle as soon as he learned to speak. Oh, he was so adorable as a child. Aww. Now he's just like his father, calling me master and sir. Oh. And how does it feel? A part of me finds it familiar. That is how his family has always addressed me. But it is so... I believe I hit it well enough, but I cringe a bit when he says it. The memory of the boy he used to be is so strong. Seeing him like that just does not feel right. You're tasting some of your own medicine, Master Sir. Now that you're taking a vassal, you understand why I ask you to call me by my name. Did you put sugar in the coffee? I put a bunch of creamer in it, so it was more latte-like, but even still, it was like... whew. Yeah, green tea is alright. I prefer more of like a typical mint iced tea. So, should I prostrate myself as well, oh most honored Prince Asterion? Make him blush. The cringe is monumental inside the bull's heart. Please. No. Ewan. I'll call you Dirk. Just stop. Nope. You must face the consequences of your words and deeds, oversized overseer. You pick the finest teacups and the most undersized spoons. Place them on a tray covered in flourishes and engravings, and take them to the office. You make a show out of pouring the coffee, first for Asterion, then for Themba, and at last for yourself. My lord, havest thou craving for milk, or perhaps a dash of cream? White or brown sugar? Would a paper-thin wafer please thine kingly palate? God damn it, I'm being sassy today. It's fine. Asterion is about to sit down in front of the desk when you not interrupt, but intercept him. Call us a cornerback because we intercepted him. American football jokes never get old. My lord, no! That is the common chair! Please, the seat that befits thee is this one, on the other side.
Pardon, I am afraid I don't follow what's happening. If there's something I should be made aware of.
I'm just having some fun with Asterion. He's always calling me Master and Lord, despite all the times I told him to use my name. So when you did the same to him, well, I'm only human. I couldn't let the chance slip.
I see. How peculiar. And most unorthodox. I distinctly remember Master Asterion being quite strict with how he addressed his superiors.
Well, the situation's different now. I'm also making it a point that he's my partner and the hotel's co-owner. Themba ruminates, searching for words he cannot say. Now, if only our triumphal Master Asterion, Sir First Class Detective Asterion Wolfstar, would stop calling me such silly names, at last we would have equality and justice among men.
Would it be indelicate to ask why?
Why what?
Why are you putting Uncle Asterion as your equal?
Because it's the right thing to do. And that should be more than enough. Aw, he appreciates it.
I understand, sir.
No, you can just call me Dirk. Dirk the Red Panda.
Very well, sir.
I helped to raise him, my lord. He knows all my tricks.
We can gang up on him, Asterion, sir.
Uh-oh. 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 No, none of that. No gay thoughts. Alright, let's cut to the chase. Don't we have plenty of business to discuss?
I suppose we do. has Uncle Asterion explained how the hotel's accounting has traditionally worked?
Here is a slide rule. Just start pulling it out, just doing all the numbers via slide rule. Oh god, that would be so cringy. No, we haven't gotten to such specifics just yet. We have been needing to focus on a few bigger issues first.
Well then, it's quite simple. As you may know by now, Dirk, the hotel has to compensate its employees. Sadly, the realm refuses to produce currency, and even if it did, that would be counterfeiting. Fortunately, there are many loopholes we have exploited for centuries now, via capitalism, the easiest being precious gemstones. The hotel's employees used to be happy at the prospect of being compensated with rubies and emeralds. But problems often arose when it came time for them to return to the outside world. Selling large gemstones attracts far too much attention, you see. Their safety was often at risk. That's why what the hell am I called? That's when my family began its employment under Master Asterion. We were tasked with discreetly selling the gemstones, laundering the money, and making sure the employees earned their wages in the preferred currencies. We just had a long, multi-level scheme going on. This is totally not a Ponzi scheme.
Asterion, since when have you been laundering money? Uh-oh. Asterion, this is all just a plan to launder money!
Perhaps I should leave the topic of taxation for another day. It would not be conducive to a first good impression. On a lighter subject, we were also responsible for the hotel's retirement pension. Suffice it to say, as per Master Asterion's commands, we strive to provide an exceptional standard of living for all the hotel's former and current employees. On this topic, Uncle Asterion, there is much I have to tell you. Without your guidance, we were without clear directions. There was no standard procedure for anything like what Clement did. So my father, thinking back to the hotel's mission and your leadership, designed a plan he believed would be to your liking. Immediately after the incident, he searched for all the hotel's employees, one by one, and made sure they were safe and sound. The majority of them did not have the opportunity to retrieve their savings from the hotel's safe, so he made sure we were all correctly So, the majority of them did not have the opportunity to retrieve their savings from the hotel's safe, so he made sure all were correctly recompensed for their time and inconvenience. That did mean pulling from the hotel's bank funds, without your explicit permission, and contrary to standard procedure.
Oh, good. That is indeed what I would have asked of him.
Thank you, Master. Father would be glad to know his choices well earned your approval.
Asterion commits tax evasion and goes to jail. My favorite chapter.
Moving on. The search for all the employees took 5 years. Father also created a funding plan to help them settle down, and began preparations for an enhanced retirement program. Save for a handful of early deaths, all the employees we located lived to enjoy a comfortable old age. Sadly, considering the expected lifespan of humans, all but a handful have passed away. Those who remain have, as one may expect, restricted mobility.
You mentioned a few employees escaped your grasp. What is the situation?
5 of those 3 returned to their homes and then proceeded to unknown destinations. We could not track them down afterwards. 1 never returned home, so his situation is entirely unknown. It is possible the 4 escaped the hotel with some of their savings and chose to leave no trace behind. The last one proved particularly troublesome. Perhaps you remember him. He was known as P.
No, not P! Oh yes, our security guard. Ever watchful, unwavering.
He has refused to provide accurate information about his origins, and his passport, although legitimate, was blank. In truth, the town he supposedly originated from does not exist, and the name he gave, unsurprisingly, led nowhere.
That is unsurprising indeed. He did tell me his circumstances used to be very unpleasant.
Yes, mind you, he was not the only employee to provide incorrect information, but no other left as few leads as him. Returning to P, we tried tracking him from the other way around. He was a self-described peacock, so we tried to find others of his species we could consult. We heard gossip of others like him, but nothing conclusive. My father was able to grease some palms and gain access to the Brazilian directly mythicals, but that provided no lead either. In fact, as far as official records go, his species is altogether non-existent. There seems to be no officially recorded peacock in Brazil, even to this day. Our hypothesis is that, for some reason, his kind is purposefully uncatalogued or miscatalogued.
I am loving the names y'all are giving to the P family. I am P the 4th, son of PPP.
On top of that, P may have kept himself out of the government's registries, which was not abnormal for Brazilian mythicals during the mid-20th century. It is within the realm of possibility that he may have had a terribly short life.
Oh, I see. The Minotaur looks away, to the window and the valley beyond. Despite how fine the fur on the back of his neck is, it is easy to see it standing up. If he had a family, I suppose it's too late now.
Probably.
Asterion taps his hooves on the floor. His hand, lying on the desk, contracts into a claw, but softens when you reach out to lay yours over it. Asterion looks at you, at him, you at him, and Themba sees it all. I shouldn't be surprised. I considered this hypothesis. It's merely a matter of numbers, is it not? Even if most of the old employees did well after what happened, surely at least a handful would. Not? I should be grateful and happy that such a fate was the exception and not the rule.
Only 5 of whose fates remain unknown out of more than 50. Not a bad haul, sir.
That is true. I'll just need some time to think it through some more.
I have taken enough of your time already. But there is one more matter I must touch on. The specifics of my employment. Historically, the hotel's accountants have operated independently from the master. In fact, we respond directly and exclusively to Uncle Asterion. This was decided centuries ago, as a precaution against any master who might try to empty the hotel's bank account in advance of his retirement. A policy which, I must highlight, guaranteed that Clement enjoyed not a single penny of Uncle Asterion's money after what he did. I hope you have no objection to this agreement.
I can see very well why you would have such a policy in place. But that does mean you won't respond to my commands?
There is no reason to worry about that. I will gladly follow your orders, as long as they are compatible with the hotel's mission and Uncle Asterion's well-being.
On that matter, Themba, you should have no reason to worry. In all honesty, there has never been a master who has treated me as well as Dirk does. He went so far as to sign a binding contract that effectively makes him unable to send me out to the valley.
Is that so?
Pulls out the lead ring. The Groot sling directs his gaze to you, not quite so fixed on your eyes, and filled with something close to a childish hope.
That is enough for now. Uncle Asterion, I brought some luggage with me. As you might expect, I intend on staying for a while.
Good. We need the help.
I shall take my leave for now. But prepare yourself. I'll require your time soon enough.
The massive Groot sling gets up.
You have so much catching up to do, Uncle Starry.
Aww. So cute! And with no further ceremony, he leaves. So, how does it feel seeing your nephew again? Better than I could have ever imagined. I'll sleep very well for tonight. Themba has been added into your hotel. I mean checked in to your hotel. And is now available in the R&D and exploration teams. Oh. Can I... Okay, that's just part of the same thing. You can now choose to spend time with Themba managing assets. This will put all his stat points towards obtaining raw materials. How fun. Asterion leaves the office, taking the empty coffee cups with him and giving you time to plan out what to do with your day. It may seem rude to put Themba to work right away, but he does seem eager to get started. Oh boy, we got plans today. We could talk to Robert in the lounge. We can manage assets with Themba. Asterion needs to be free to do his project. So now we got Themba here, but he would be two tech, 2 memento, 1 danger. He's got a danger. No danger. Luke, I can see being 2 danger. Let's just finish with that for now. Managing assets, you people. You people. You. We all wish to have a cool K-Uncle like Asterion. We can't assign Robert to a team, though, but what would we do with Robert? I have no clue. I don't know what this benefits to us. It's like we could manage assets with Themba. Should we give him a day? Okay, so we'll add him to the roster after 4 times. Okay. I was wondering if we can eventually add Robert to the roster. I'd like to get to know Robert a little more. He is the same voice as Themba, anyway, at least for me. We are going to have the same teams and confirm the plan. And of course, Astarion still looks hot as is, keeping the modern shirt, sleeveless tank. Let's do this. We are confirming the plan. Here we go. You head to the lounge and... Okay, my phone was on silent. I wasn't sure if it was. You head to the lounge. You look towards the familiar corner of the room and find Robert, alone as usual. Oh, Robert. This time, the demon waves at you while you pass by. You stop for some chit-chat.
Well, what is today's curiosity, Dirk?
Eager, aren't you? I didn't even bring it up this time.
I've come to enjoy our talks. It's not often I have an open conversation with a human who sees my true nature.
Oh boy, the true nature. That Robert giving me that weird smile. How cute. In that case, would you be up for telling me a bit about that true nature? What is there to know about demons?
Curious about my people? Very well. That I can answer. Although I'm afraid of what I have to say is underwhelming. There are many kinds of demons, and I can only speak of my people from the realm of Nuremberg. Let us make a comparison for a second, Dirk. I met that Kota fellow, the dragon. He has a bit of divinity in him. Not much, just a flickering flame, but it is there. Meanwhile, Lucas, or Luke as he prefers to be called, he is closer to you and I. He told me of his family, and he is from an old pedigree, that of the Greeks. That old mythical beings all carry a fragment of humanity, and some argue that the oldest ancestors were humans modified by the gods. That is the case for Astarion, is it not? I could see it in him, shining, a steady flame of humanity.
Okay, people are telling me to send Themba outside. We're gonna pretend that I sent Themba outside and, rewind. I said rewind! As I messed this up. I'll just go back to here. Let's pretend I did the right thing. Yes, I totally sent Themba out. Exploration? I'm assuming exploration. And we can drag him. This is just crazy. We can drag. This game's unbelievable. Yeah, we are going to confirm that plan. Yeah, here we go. Confirm plan. Okay.
Anyway, where were we? Mixed, however, an exquisite thing his soul is. On the topic of humanity, there is very little separating you and I, Dirk. The demons of Nuremberg are imbued with a great deal of that which makes humans, unlike most others of our species. Our shell, however, is different from humans. Chaotic, chthonic matter, magma, as you can see. It makes good armor. The life of a demon is often dangerous, and so we are all equipped to defend ourselves. Your classical demons of the spade-tipped kind are weaker and more adept at disguising as humans. It is useful for those who deal in souls. But my kind has no need for disguises. We rarely leave Nuremberg, and when we do, the usual charms suffice. Still, despite my appearance, I am gifted with a great deal of humanity. Which is why I have enjoyed my time here, around others of our kind. I know my likeness sets me apart, but my job is to defend the souls of the poor against the misdeeds of the wretched.
I could see Robert standing up with socialism. I like it. We stand, Robert.
So I enjoy it here. The company of the fine men and women. I hope my company somehow lightens your day as well, Dirk.
Aw, thank you, Robert. You and Robert enjoy some time together, talking about his appreciation for humanity. You leave with a spring in your step, a pep to your step, a something to your something. I don't know what else to say. Let's check in on the R&D team. Your current team can complete a project, finally! Do you want to complete your research or continue working towards something else? Build a fully equipped gym in the hotel. Let's get swole, baby! Let's go! We're gonna build a fully equipped gym in the hotel. While much has already been done to equip the hotel with the bare necessities, you've seen more than a few particularly health-conscious guests jogging around the infinite hallways, trying to burn off the excess calories. Running down an infinite hallway does burn a lot of calories. With a certain dragon's endless parade of addicting sauces and sumptuous side dishes causing particular concern. Oh, Coda. Though all of them were too polite to say anything directly, the exception was clear. And the expectation was clear. The hotel needs a modern gym, suited for man and mythical alike. All that remained was taking the time to design and implement such facilities. Our research was to become swole. Completing the gym was more laborious than expected. You assumed it would come down to instructing the labyrinth to create or clear a room big enough to hold all the equipment, and then generating enough properly shaped iron objects. Several problems arose, however. Catering to the strength of some guests proved difficult. And then, of course, there were the electronics required for instruments like the treadmills. Thankfully, your knowledge of technology came in handy. Since you didn't have any treadmills for the hotel to copy as you did with the tablet, you had Asterion and Coda look up schematics and diagrams for motor control circuits on the internet. How genius. You helped them replicate it on a proto board and, once you got to work, moved on to the circuit boards. Oh dear goodness. That was when you encountered another issue. Computer contacts use materials like gold and silver, with which the hotel is not capable of replicating. You solved this by simply using copper instead. Then you wrote a series of commands as a contract for the hotel to regenerate the copper components every 24 hours, to work around any possible corrosion issues. This will probably come in handy in the future when having the hotel replicate electronics. We built a gym! By the end of the day, you had the gym fully equipped to cater to any possible workout program for guests of wildly different strength levels. A stare into the gym, we like this. You take it upon yourself to give your partner a tour of the facilities before they're made available to the guests and, of course, to get a workout in yourself in the intervening time. Oh, you can't romance anyone that isn't Asterion. Good to know. Anyway, you recall that Asterion once mentioned exercise as a hobby, and so he's more than happy to join in when you invite him along. Though you doubt that the ancient world could have even begun to imagine the strides mankind would make one day in the pursuit of fitness, a part of you hopes Asterion will be able to make full use of what a modern gym has to offer. Endearing as wide-eyed wonderment may be in the moment, you fully intend to treat this session as a trial run akin to the soft opening of the hotel in the weeks prior, with plenty of room for feedback and improvements. God damn it, you people are nasty. Shame! And just as somebody mentions it, the antechamber is fairly Spartan, with a few sturdy chairs to serve the needs of those coming and going. Given the nature of the hotel and the service it offers, it doesn't strike you as particularly necessary to include a separate reception area for the gym. It is within easy enough walking distance from the front desk to anyone who wishes to make use of a private locker. Can simply ask Asterion for a key at their discretion. You people. A row of sinks flanks the hallway which divides the men's and women's locker rooms from one another, meant for filling water bottles as opposed to washing hands. However, as you notice the Minotaur's eyes, lingering on a series of containers and measuring cups interspersed between them, he stops to voice a question. A protein powder, Dirk? Oh dear God. Asterion, this is how modern people get swole. Well, how to say this? In your time, someone training to be a warrior or athlete would eat differently than a normal citizen, right? It's like that. Meat is a good source of protein, which helps build muscle mass. Meat was a luxury in my day, reserved for those who could hunt, or else for special occasions. Do you mean to say that this powder is made of meat, dried up and ground down like wheat into flour? I suppose in theory it could be, but it isn't. Try some if you like. With permission freely given, Asterion leaves your side to indulge his curiosity about the strange substance. After a brief moment fiddling with the lid of the nearest jar, the Minotaur measures out a tiny portion for himself with the smallest spoon available, turning the powder over into one hand like a baker trying to gauge the quality of flour by touch alone. Asterion sniffs at the briefly before extending his flat, bovine tongue to lip it up, only to turn his head toward you in confusion. Chocolate? In the modern age, diet is considered just as important as exercise, and to that end, mankind has learned to take protein from sources other than animals. Common examples are whey protein, which is refined from milk, and soy protein, refined from a plant of the same name. At some point during the process, flavoring is added to make the result more palatable. The Minotaur seems to shudder at the implication. His gaze takes on a tinge of discomfort before he turns away, seeking a place of rest while he grows accustomed to the burden of fresh knowledge. Plopping down to the nearest chair, Asterion covers his eyes with his hands. You rush over, afraid that you've upset him, only for a slight smile to betray his true feelings, heralding the approach of an infectious good mood. So I am vindicted as last. Pardon? You may recall, Dirk, that I was banished to my first labyrinth on charges of cannibalism. Oh, am I to the stone have caused was such a thing said in my defense? Milk is liquid meat, no different from the flesh of the teat fruit whence it comes. Plants, animals, and men are all made of the same stuff. By all those tokens, we are all cannibals. Rather, there is no other option for us. Actually, Asterion, you could go vegan. What great and terrible secrets your kind have wrested from the hands of the divine. In Crete, I was initiated into a number of sacred mysteries, but none like this. Would you like me to make you a protein shake to mark the occasion? Please. It never ceases to amaze how something so small can bring the Minotaur such joy. As such, you can do nothing but approach the coming task with some measure of ceremony. Please pick up the threads. Picking up the thread of conversation, you walk to the sink and uncap your water bottle in preparation to mix a Styrian shake. And you note to yourself to add disposable cups to the area for those without the means to bring their own. Once you've done so, you begin by pouring out a small strand, as you've seen a Styrian do so many times before the hotel's hearth, with all the austere solemnity of the elder monk inducting a new follower into a religious order. You place a finger in the residue, and then tap Asterian's forehead to draw a little pattern into his fur. All the while, he peeks at you around the meat of his forearm, giggling like a schoolboy. After you finish with him, you repeat the gesture on your own forehead, then take a long drink before passing the bottle in the spirit of communion. I totally know religion. Though the Minotaur hesitates for just a second, he takes a long draw of the thick liquid before the momentary lapse can draw much attention to itself. His Adam's apple bobs rhythmically until the last of the bottle's contents has been drained down his throat. Once he has finished, you grasp him by the shoulder, and his eyes refocus. Rise, Asterian of Crete! Initiate to the Church of Gains! Newly baptized in the Brotherhood of the Buff! Though I am but a humble acolyte of your order, gladly will I instruct you in our ways. Rise, my fellow meat miracle, but only with the proper form. Our temple awaits us. Mass begins shortly. This is somebody's fantasy, isn't it? At once, Brother Duck. You had the hotel materialize some clothing for the occasion. 2 sets of tank tops, fingerless gloves, and shorts. You and the Minotaur go into the locker room and change into your new outfits. You give Asterion the blue shorts, since they match his fur better, and keep the red ones for yourself. Whew! Look at them working out together. He stretches and gives you a goofy smile before following you into the gym proper. He seems pleased with how comfortable these new clothes feel to move around in. As you get into a deep, squatting stance, Asterion mirrors your motion, sliding off the chair and pressing his bovine forehead playfully against yours. Rising together in such close quarters, you cannot help but meet his eyes, and you release your bitten lips from the toothy bondage of composure the moment you're clear of his horns. Laughter breaks out in the earnest with all the joyous irreverence that men could share, and you walk an arm in arm at its conclusion, hearts featherlight. Unburdened as you were by the usual constraints of cost, space, and labor, the gym that you've designed is a sprawling complex which houses all the paraphernalia one could expect, and then some. Machines of all kinds dominate the room's center, organized according to the body part their respective exercise most benefits, flanked on either side by areas devoted to different ways of keeping healthy. On the left side is a section with a padded floor meant for stretching and warm-ups, accompanied by a few accoutrements for those interested in gymnastics and yoga. Interesting. And a few adjoining rooms in which classes may one day be held. Beyond, a space for cardio, replete with treadmills, bicycles, elliptical machines, and even an indoor track. Damn. On the right are racks full of free weights, along with barbells and benches, to suit the needs of those interested in its manual strength training and lifting. Abutting that, an area for high-intensity interval training with medicine bells, kettlebells, battle ropes, and so on. As expected, Luke had a lot to say during the design process. But to your surprise, there are hardly any proposed additions that could be readily classed as horny. Those that were you shot down, with prejudice and without a second thought. Still, his influence can be felt in a number of places throughout the gym, from the military-style obstacle course in the cardio section to the full-length mirrors on the wall, in which to be admire, in his own words. Part of you suspects that the Griffin will be able to turn some of his suggestions toward a lewd purpose regardless, but you've long since given up that battle. You can't very well stop him from eating the eye candy in a place where so many others will likely be doing the same. Far in the back lies the strongman section, filled with more arcane and showy methods of muscle building. Per Luke's request, there are a number of steel bars and other metal objects to be bent with the hands, old phone books to be ripped in half, and spikes to be driven into wood in tribute of the origins of the American bodybuilding scene at Muscle Beach. My dear God. There are even vehicles, anchors, and anvils to be pulled and pushed for the mythicals whose baseline strength would eclipse all but the best that humanity has to offer. You even catch a spark of recognition in Asterian's eyes as he lingers on a series of rocks to be lifted and tree trunks to be twirled, relics of an age-long past, and a lone point of familiarity for the Minotaur in an otherwise alien landscape. Sensing Asterian's hesitation, you take him by the hand and lead him towards the stretching area, going through the motions of a perfunctory, full-body routine with him. It takes only a short while to get yourself situated, and you soon learn that the Minotaur's lack of experience with modern methods does not translate into a lack of readiness to adapt and overcome those limitations. For a while, Asterion just stands there watching, an attempt to memorize what you're doing as you complete a set. Once it's his turn to try, you call out instructions when you notice him staring to stray from the proper form. He seems to take the constructive criticism well, and grows more confident in what he's doing with every rep. By the time the Minotaur has finished his first set, he looks like he's going to Pound Town. He seems secure enough to finish the remainder on his own. You take up position on the next machine and start working out in tandem with him. The cycle repeats a few times, until you feel satisfied that you've done enough for the day. But you're soon forced to realize just how gravely you've underestimated the gap between mere mortals and the mythical. Asterion, oh my god, he is rapping! Asterion continues to exercise with all the enthusiasm of one who has not had the pleasure of meaningful physical exertion in nearly a century. Dear God, he's gonna get swole! After a while, you have to remind him that you both have other duties to attend to today, only to be met with puppy dog eyes and cries of, "One more rep." Though you try to keep as long as your reserves of physical stamina will allow, it's readily apparent that Asterion's divine lineage has gifted him an incredible physique. You're not wrong. In one unassuming, half-bovine package, there lurks both power enough to casually shatter each and every one of your personal records and endurance to outlast you in any possible physical activity. Were you a lesser man, you might begrudge Asterion to his superior genetics to console your bruised ego. As the Minotaur finishes his last set and approaches while beaming from ear to ear, however, all such petty thoughts melt away. You've done what you set out to do, and that in itself is satisfactory. With the newfound respect for your partner in crime, you totter back towards your shared quarters together, insulated from shame by a heady mix of pure exhaustion and camaraderie. But not before racking your weights and wiping down the benches as is proper. The thought surfaces as you hobble along that it might be inappropriate to head straight to your quarters without bothering to shower first. However, you're too annoyed at the prospect of climbing 4 flights of stairs to worry about the fact that you and Asterion both look like you just participated in a wet t-shirt contest. You take a quick shower, and then go check on the exploration team. Let's check in on the exploration team. Your team got really lucky and found 8 raw materials, twice of what you expected. Oh, it looks like you found something else. You encountered a very old crumpled piece of paper, a small memento of Asterian's past. You can read it by opening the files in the files menu. God dang it, just get these menus out of the way. Log files. Okay. Is it typewriter scrap? A crumpled up piece of paper found by your exploration team. It reads... Writings, 1980. Asterion. Type right. Minotaur. Labyrinth. Enclosu. Plicative. Sklidude. Services. Continue. Lonelier. Violence. Sleepier. Progress. Receding. Peerless. My Square. Services. Langs. Upsero. Is this turning into a crossword puzzle? I don't know. Services. Ents. What is this? Showing this to the Minotaur makes his ears droop and his shoulders shrink. He explains that a previous master had brought some publications and the thing with the buttons to imprint letters. Upon seeing that all the letters were the same size, he tried, in his own words, to make a square of words. He wishes not to be reminded. Oh dear goodness. And good night, Muffin Man. Let's add this to the files menu. That night, a whole new wave of guests packs the lounge during your usual dinner time. Asterion doesn't even have to bring it up. You can plainly see the agitation in his eyes. And so, you and your Minotaur roommate partake of the most ancient and revered custom. Revered, I'm sorry. Getting some takeout to enjoy in the quiet privacy of your quarters. During dinner, Asterian's attention is grabbed time and time again by his tablet, which lets out 2 or 3 alerts every handful of minutes. The Minotaur is too polite to check it, but you insist that it is alright. He types a brief response and then returns to you with a smile. Dirk, you won't believe what happened earlier today on the internet. I was browsing that encyclopedia you showed me, and I made a friend. His ears flick back and forth at the word friend. Oh boy, imagine if they meet in real life and it's like, oh hey, I made friends with the Asterion. Glad to hear that. How did you meet him, and what is he like? I was reading articles about flowers when I got a message from him. His name is Dominikos, and he sent me such sweet words. Here, isn't he kind? Asterion shows you his tablet screen, at first displaying an assortment of deep-fried memes by one Lucas Walker Griffin. Dear God, deep-fried memes are existing in this world. They have deep-fried memes in this world. He taps around until he finds his way to another message screen, this one covered from top to bottom in letters from the Greek alphabet. Asterion holds the tablet up to you, anticipating a giggle or chuckle. He's already laughing in expectation of your reaction. I don't get Greek memes. I'm afraid I can't read Greek. Could you read it out loud for me? Oh, of course. Oh, how could I forget? Just a second. The conversation begins with an opening all too familiar for any modern man, let alone one as well lived as Asterion. Hello, I am a preacher from the Fraternity of the Lamb. I am spreading the good news. Do you know the word of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? Ruin, disgrace, tragedy, an evangelist. One would be forgiven if their guts twisted and cringed in response, but the Minotaur seems altogether unaware. Asterion responds in all of his princely eloquence. Yes, I know words. A brother of the faith, a son of the Lord, a worshipper for the Lamb, answers the stranger. What is your favorite passage of the Bible, if I may ask? The Beatitudes. Asterion explains to you that these are the famous quotes beginning with Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom in heaven. I remember the Beatitudes, a little bit. There's like, blessed are those who are like, impoverished or something like that, for they'll be like replenished in the kingdom of God, something like that. There's a bunch of them. I don't remember them. Before the conversation proceeds, however, the Minotaur reveals the greatest wisdom of all. I am sorry, but my friends told me I ought not to speak to strangers on the World Wide Web. But I am no stranger. My name is Dominikos, and I was asked to contact you in particular to spread joy and happiness. Oh no! He's trying to spread Christianity! I do not know who requested it, but they identified themselves as a previous guest of yours. They were very grateful for your hospitality. After that, the evangelist goes on at length about what he said rests gratitude. Asterion's smile even lingers as he sets his tablet back down, and throughout the remainder of your meal. Well, I'm happy for you, buddy. But beware, some people on the internet might have other motives. If this Dominikos guy asks for any money or your personal information, please tell me. I will, worry not. Ah, that reminds me. This has led me to discovering something quite useful for us. The Greek this man uses. It is quite different from which I learned the early days of the labyrinth. Super chat. What? Is this real? Perpy made quite an entrance. Whew! Wow. Perpy the cat donated $50 saying, I'll be 27 on the 6th of October. And also, how long have you been streaming? Sorry I'm late. Also, looking hot. Thank you. Another thing, a request, can you say Asterion in Hades the game is hot? Do you want me to say that in a certain voice? Because I can stand that no matter what. And more requests, can you say bulge 5 times? Please, please. I swear you're just going to be making some sort of AI with me that just says every single word in the English language. And this is how you get it. But nonetheless, I appreciate it. That is really generous of you, Perpy. Didn't have to be so kind. Anyway. I'll just say it then. I guess there's no particular accent or whatever you want me to say it in. Asterion in Hades the game is so hot. Indeed. Sorry, I did not mean to do that. Like, that's a bull. I meant to say, like, he is, like, where you're just like it's perfect. We were like, you know the meme. You know that meme. Trying to be like, where he's like, yeah, Asterion in Hades, the game is hot. And of course I'll have to say this 5 times because I am that way. Bulge. 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 And that is what you get for your money, not Asterion. You are Perpy. Thank you, Perpy, for your generous donation. Anyway, let's continue on, shall we? The Greek this man uses is quite different from that which I learned in the early days of the labyrinth. I was expecting to struggle a lot with it, but it turns out the hotel managed to translate it a bit, just enough to make it understandable to me. One of these days I'll try to, well, update the hotel's translation. I might know how to do it. When you settle in after finishing dinner, Asterion becomes lost in thought. At times he looks to the drawer where you hid Clement's letter. How's the writing going? Did you write down any poetry? Oh yes, I did in fact. After I kindled the hearth's flame, I went to the garden, to Lord Hades' statue, to the asphodels and dittany tree. I've had the silliest thought nagging at me for ages now. When I was a boy, my father took me into the city to see a marching band. He said, "Son, when you grow up, will you be the savior of the broken, the beaten, and the damned?" That's all I know. Anyway, when I was a boy, I would scrape or injure myself. One of my brothers would rub dittany leaves on my wounds. I cannot be naive enough to believe that Lord Hades knew of my preference, but I sometimes wish he did. That this may be the reason why such a tree grows by his statue. I felt such a strong emotion today, tending to the garden. It reminded me of a poem I wrote long ago. I wrote it down again, of course. Asterion looks out the window to the crescent moon outside. Do you think, Dirk, Lord Hades could have known? I'm sure he did. It must have been his gift to you. It's the least he could have done for a loyal member of his royal guard and sparring partner. A god caring about a mortal. That's a very innocent idea, Dirk. But I suppose, well, my good and wise master, is it your command that I believe your words? Shall I bow down and obey? You should believe me, because I'm right. Not because of masterhood this or lordship that. Very well, sir. Truth or not, the thought alone brings joy. Aw. What is happening? From the confines of the darkest web of mankind's making, something most foul comes forth. It slithers on electromagnetic waves and crawls inside your cell phone. The protocol-enabled creation takes a shape most despicable, resulting in the incessant buzzing which awakens you. By the gods, why didn't you silence your phone before going to bed? A fatal mistake if there ever was one. You try to ignore it, but alas, the sender is insistent. It is imperative that you dedicate your attention to this matter of utmost importance. You grope around the nightstand for the phone. Cursed invention. An unknown sender has entrusted you with images. Behold now. Why? Why are these memes? The bull knows something. Why? Come to my hotel. No! Who keeps making these memes? Eat grass, fuck grass. Blum, 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 blum. What are these memes? The boy deserves jubes. Or jujubes. What wretched creations. And you have seen these compression artifacts before. Precisely last night, when Asterion gives you a glimpse of his conversations with Lucas Walker Griffin. As soon as the opportunity arises, you approach the Griffin for a thorough investigation. Luke, I need to have a word with you.
At your service, boss man, sir. How can I be of use to such a fine man such as yourself?
Were you the one who sent me pictures today? My phone just opens.
Excuse me, you want me to send pictures? Now that's nasty, Dirk. I thought you and Asterion were a thing.
No, that's not what I meant at all. Okay, look here. Did you send me these? You show Luke your phone. Try to get rid of these notifications from personal people. Streaks. Ah! You show Luke your phone, trying not to let him touch it. Those talons of his would destroy the screen. His reaction comes in 3 acts. First, confusion as he struggles to make out the text. Then, a smile as it all dawns upon him. Oh god, and then the 3rd act brings it with his maddened, ear-piercing shriek/cackle.
Yep, you sure got me. Oh, that's me, alright. Can't believe you cut me dead to rights like that. Shit, I gotta send you my stash. Got a whole folder of memes and porn. I mean, meme porn. You're gonna love it.
Luke, we need to talk about memes in the workplace. Excuse me?
Yeah, I don't know how to make a new folder on my phone, so I keep it all together. You mind if I just send you the whole thing?
What the fuck? No! I mean, don't send me that! But it is too late. Lucas is already clawing away at his phone to send you all his weird porn. You are left with no other choice. You must save yourself from this tragedy. You escape to your office. Why? I'm assuming the not safe for work version has you able to see it. Let me see if I censor everything, if I can get a little sneaky look at it. Nope, still do not. Oh god. Okay, they are still the same. No porn yet. Okay. Nope, that doesn't do anything special. Dang it. Oh well. Alright, let's talk to Robert again, and keep the teams the same as is. I think we're doing great with these teams. Let's confirm plan. Oh, Robert. Robert gives you a knowing look. You're having a nice day, I assume.
Indeed, but it can always get better. Tell me, what brings you today, Dirk?
During our last conversation, you talked a bit about Asterian's soul. What exactly do you know about it? Can demons see souls?
I can glimpse a bit of it, yes. It is not my specialty, but most of my kind do possess this skill. It doesn't reveal, however, your character, morals, or misdeeds. What we see is what one's soul is made of, and a few other traces. So it is Asterian's soul you would like to learn about?
Yes, if memory serves. You said he has humanity, but it's mixed.
Ah, yes. His is a most peculiar soul. It had been puzzling me a great deal. He has a very strong humanity in him. Tempered, resilient, prodigious even. It seems so exceptionally old as well. I struggle to even guess his age. He looks like he's at the peak of his youth, but that soul feels nothing short of ancient. If I had to wager a guess, I'd say he had been through many harsh things. That often weathers one's spirit prematurely. That said, there is a lot more to be glimpsed about him. Things yet more puzzling. He has a touch of divinity, and a very ancient one to boot. But it's almost as if it had been sucked out of him.
What do you mean?
I struggle to articulate it. I've never seen anything of the sort. It's like his divinity has become anemic, or was bled out of him. There should be more, but its absence has left a gap. Then I gaze deeply into it. If you allow my impertinence, it goes far as to unsettle me. And yet, he seems altogether unfazed by it. I can only wonder what happened, for I'd never have the courage to ask him directly. Would you happen to know something about it?
I wish I did. We are partners, but there's much I don't know about him. I don't think it's my place to share everything. But you're correct when you guess that he went through many harsh things.
Poor thing. At least he has you around.
Excuse me?
Your presence soothes him, and I don't need to see into his or your soul to know it.
I suppose I can take that as a compliment.
You should. Kindness is a virtue, Dirk, and so is humanity.
When you leave a while later, you feel warm. It would seem you have made a friend. Aw. Let's check in on the R&D team. We need to just have like a meme here where it's like, let's check in on the R&D team, and it's just Asterion standing like the Patrick meme style with the hammer and like the nailed wood board on his head. Just like, let's check in on the R&D team. Your R&D team has made some progress, but no project was completed. Heck. I found Perpy's next donation. It hasn't gone off yet, but oh goodness. Perpy is being too generous today. Perpy, you're too kind.
Super chat.
Perpy, you donated $20 and ask? Can you say bulge in a French accent? 4 times, please. Also, can you Asterion name 4 times in French, and can you say Asterion yellow tank top is sweaty 6 times? I don't know if I could do multiple times anymore, because we got a lot of stuff coming in. What is going on? Oh my goodness. Trevor.
Super chat.
What? Trevor Sizzle donated $100, saying 100 for the man of 100%. This is insane. Both of you are just too generous. I've never seen donations this big. Or I may have, but it's been ages, but yeah, this is just wow. Thank you so much for donating, and yeah, thanks for supporting me in my creative endeavors. Trying to get Ocean Avenue update out as soon as I can. We're just trying to get the last music and CG in. So, do my request! I paid you! I have to say bulge in a French accent. I'm trying to remember how to do a French accent, because I don't know how to do the French accent. This is the best I could do for the French accent. The only thing I could think of a French accent is the End of the World, I guess, video from YouTube, like back when, where it's like the guy's like, okay, fire the missiles! But I'm late tired. Okay, go take a nap. Then fire the missiles! Alright, I'll do it now. Now that I got that warm-up in. Bulge. 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 And then... oh. I have to say that in French. Okay, a stallion. A stallion. A stallion. A stallion. Okay, and I'll say Asterion yellow tank top is sweatworthy. I don't think I'm gonna say it 6 times. I can only say it once. Better get to winning. What? Yep, you are having a war. Goodness. I never thought this would happen. But yeah, this is just yeah. Anyway, I should keep going. Today is October 2nd? Yeah. Sorry, I just had to check that for reasons. Better get to winning. Your R&D team made some progress, but no project was completed. You missed a lot, Shining Chaos. A lot of interesting donations. But let's check in on the exploration team. Your team got really lucky and found 8 raw materials, twice of what you expected. Oh, it looks like you found something else. Your exploration team has found a golden, rusted cross in the valley. Interesting. Back in your quarters, you take a moment to study the latest discovery from the super chat. Perpy donated $5. No comment, but thank you for the donation. I'm getting a lot of donations tonight. I don't know. I'm not used to this because I haven't streamed much lately, and I feel like I don't deserve this because I haven't put in the work. But still, thank you nonetheless. And I do appreciate the generosity and just the support from everybody. Back in your quarters, you take a moment to study in the latest discovery from out in the valley. What is that in your hands, Dirk? Today's exploration party found a rusty old cross. I was just examining it, seeing if there was anything special to it. May I take a look? Careful not to damage it further, you hand the cross over to the Minotaur. He examines it carefully, perhaps attempting to find some stray, telling detail. We are only halfway through this chapter? I started this chapter last stream. How? What? Oh, goodness. Another... Trevor, why?
Super chat.
My goodness, Trevor. Thank you so much, though. Trevor says another $50 saying more money for you because you do deserve this. I will keep arguing that I don't, but I still think you can hold your opinions and appreciate it. I said a stereo in your tank top is sweat-worthy. I said it! Thank you for the $5, Burpee. Yes, living in America, especially California, is indeed expensive. I need to make my rent. And with the job now that I'm getting, I'm gonna try and be a bit better with my productivity of work and my creative stuff.
Super chat.
Yeah, there we go. Perpy, just, wow. Perpy and Trevor, both of you are being really nice today. And even if you aren't donating today, just coming here today and watching, or even watching this afterwards, means the world to me. Just to see people enjoy my stuff, just to see me enjoy a hobby that I do, I appreciate it. Thank you. Anyway, let's keep going. Careful not to damage it further. You hand the cross over to the Minotaur. He examines it carefully, perhaps attempting to find some stray, telling detail. It's odd. I wonder how and why it found its way into the valley. Do you think Clement threw it down there? Oh no, this little relic predates Clement by a few centuries. And while I can attest there is nothing special to it, it is not without a story, I apologize. It is not without a story. Okay, I'm listening. Bold of you to assume I would tell it. Aww, you can't just say that after telling me there's a nice little tale to it. Saying otherwise would have been a lie. My good and righteous... Super chat? Perpy, $5. Yes, you are also very hot to look at. Thanks, Perpy. I appreciate it, though. Alright, I'm gonna have to continue on, and probably around the 2.5 hour mark, I'll take a break and reopen the alert box. For now, I just gotta mute it just so I can keep on going without interruptions. Sorry. Anyway, saying otherwise would have been a lie, my good and righteous lord, and I respect you too much to use such a trick. That said, unless you command me, I do not have to tell you the whole truth. If you wish to know so much, I suppose you could issue a proper order to your servant. Oh, come on, don't start with that. I'm not gonna force you to do anything. Asterion chuckles, ears flickering along. Well, I suppose I can tell it to a master such as you, so kind and lenient. You will be the first to ever hear of this sordid affair. Yes, reveal unto me your secrets, Asterion the Wise. If memory serves, it all happens around the 1600s. Back then, we were under the command of a particularly devout master, a very staunch and traditional Portuguese Catholic by the name of Felipe. One fine night, a limping traveler arrived at our doorstep. I cannot recall all the details, but he had injured his leg and chose to stay a few days to recover. Halfway, though, he and the master spent a night drinking together, which is when the traveler made a terrible mistake. He revealed that he carried a holy relic. It was a golden cross, allegedly dating back to the time of the apostles, which he claimed had been blessed by Mary of Nazareth herself. The master told me he wanted it, said that I should spare no trickery and subterfuge to get that brilliant holiness for his woe. The traveler, however, was not willing to sell. He truly believed it to be a relic most sacred. At a closer glance, however, I could tell it was a counterfeit. I know what the crosses from the time looks like, plain and made to be hidden, not all gilded and gaudy. so it was no doubt that it was a then recent creation. Master Felipe expected me to steal it, but instead I set out to make a copy. A counterfeit of a counterfeit. I could not materialize any gold, but Felipe would never be able to tell it apart from pyrite. So ultimately I fulfilled his command. I spared no trickery or subterfuge, and I got that brilliant holiness, or at least something just as sacred, upon his wall. He chuckles again, somewhere between pride and bashfulness. And, of course, pyrite rusts quickly, so I had to repair it every now and again in secret. By the time Master Felipe died, I was exhausted of the whole charade. And so, I went out to the garden and threw it as far away as I could. There. You are now the first and only master to learn of this. Well, I suppose I could take that as a cautionary tale, in case I ever get the idea of pushing you to do something wrong. Precisely. I may be kind and dutiful, but I am not without a few tricks of my own. How does the old adage go? All that glitters is not gold. Oh, that's right, you trickster with a heart of gold. Oh, he groans, looking away from you with a smile on his lips. You honey-tongued flatterer. If you don't deny it, then perhaps I should cover you in the finest golden jewelry. Now that will show you. I wish you luck with managing the labyrinth to obey that command. If not gold, then pyrite. Or maybe... The sun strikes Astarion's fur at just the most blessed of angles, reflecting a sharp glimmer directly onto your face. Under sunlight, Astarion's fur has a wine. Under sunlight, Astarion's fur has a fine and healthy sheen to it, even as short as it is, and how brilliant it would be were the Minotaur to take it a step further. Say, have you ever tried using your magic to give yourself a golden fur? I cannot say I ever have. Then hear my command, you little trickster. My little trickster, give yourself a little coat fur as brilliant as... Fuck, I messed up the command. Then hear my command, my little trickster. Give yourself a coat of fur as brilliant and golden as the nobility of your heart. I'm afraid we might have some disagreements on how golden that would be in the first place. Is that so? Well, do keep in mind that as your lord, my word is law. So, knowing that I own the truth, how beautiful and brilliant should your fur be? Surely by now you know the answer. The Minotaur's gaze avoids your own as he mulls over your order. Many shy grumbles escape from him, but only in the span of time does it take the fur burning in his cheeks to subside. With a flick of his ears and a muttered meow, he concedes defeat at last. Very well, Duck. Your will is sovereign. Ah, he's golden! He's my golden boy. My, what a handsome trickster. Now your exterior matches your interior. All who lay eyes on you will know at a glance of your untarnished nobility. All who laid eyes on you... Okay, I read that already. My, what a handsome trickster. Now your exterior matches your interior. All who lay eyes on you will know at a glance of your untarnished nobility, and they will respect you for it. Perhaps I should complete the look with a crown of flowers. Perhaps another day. I must be gaudy enough already. Surely another day. Whatever you say, my lord. Looking nice. Later in the afternoon, you found Asterion going over the letter again. He put it away as you approached. Afterwards, however, his gaze would wander away from any task, no matter how small. His mind was elsewhere, perhaps swimming in the dark of the cold room in which he had been locked. Just what could that old man want in sending you and Asterion a letter? If only he had given the grace to bow and allowed his memory to fade away from the Minotaur's mind. You asked Asterion to remain by your side. You manned the lazy reception together, which allowed you to keep his mind busy with chit-chat. When you talked about the world outside, his gaze would soften. If his breathing was somehow perturbed, all you had to do was hum, perhaps sing, and he would follow your lead. But there was only so much you could do. You asked him to go out with you for You asked him to go out with you for some fresh air, in the hopes that it would help to clear out all the stale thoughts which smothered him. And before I let them go, Trevor Sizzle donated $10, Perpy $5, Trevor another $5, and Perpy another $5 after that. Just wanted to say those quickly to thank you for your generous donations and your silly comments. I read them, but didn't say them out loud because I'm trying to keep pace. But appreciate it nonetheless. Anyway, you told him to take his time, but he would not. I was made to work and bear the yoke, he said. To which he responded with tender grace. If that's so, then why would you be as kind as to tidy up the garden where Lord Hades' statue is? Your words were music to his ears. He wasted not a single minute and trotted down to his task, one which he would hopefully bring him some measure of space. One of which would hopefully bring him some measure of peace. Some time alone, as much as he needed, even if he was unwilling to allow it for himself without a proper excuse, would do him well. And so you spent the rest of the afternoon alone in your office, looking over the previous master's documents and belongings. The drawers were filled with finely organized folders containing intricate records of all the guests the hotel had housed, going back to the early 20th century. And yet, the paperwork could not lie. Jean-Marie's methodical record-keeping was replaced almost overnight by Clement's contemptuous carelessness. Lipstick marks on the same sheets where Asterion's scowls were detailed to damage the rooms and facilities, the reports crossed over with a thick black ink. Cigar burns on complaints from staff about unpaid wages, pleading for their superior to take the mere minutes required to fabricate the diamonds they were promised. Spilled coffee and beer on a dozen or so check-in sheets, of young women with fine, noble-sounding names. You then found another ledger shoved down to the very bottom of a drawer, which detailed the employment of every staff member from the 40s to centuries back. Every new worker and what they were owed, their date of retirement, plans for how they would be cared for even in their frailest old age. Employers from 100 different countries, China, Mexico, Egypt, Brazil. And now, after spending hours sorting through your predecessor's mess, you get up from your chair and look out the window. The sky above a snaking mess of clouds, letting through it only shy peaks of the sunset orange above them. and the wretched valley below, stained with thousands of years of injustice, nevertheless provides a soothing breeze. Clement left a legacy, a paper trail of mismanagement, a consumed survivor, and a generation of displaced people. At least Themba and his family had been able to contain the damage to an extent. Now that man, who had made his crimes seem like a youth's foolishness, has the gall to make himself known once more. The timeless sky, the breeze untainted by man-made smoke and soot, the comfort of your office. Altogether, they can do much to ease one's mind, but not enough to rid you of the bile at the back of your tongue. You look down to the valley, a place both cursed and beautiful. How cruel are the gods to mix a drop of mercy with a sentence of eternal damnation. Far down, all the way down from the safety of the hotel, you see it squirming. A drop of the god's curse, alive even today. It's Argos doing something by the exit below. It has been a few days since he last called you. It's about time he caused trouble once more. You lay a hand over your armband. This time, he can do no damage, even if he wanted you to command Asterion out. Not even your desire could cause the Minotaur pain now. But you know him well enough to realize that even just Argos's flute is enough to cause distress. And so, like a disgruntled neighbor, you make your way down the spiral staircase. And out to the valley. He does not see or hear your approach. He's absorbed in his work, placing a few objects by the feet of one of the statues lining the hotel's exit. This snake, the labyrinth's foreman, how sick it is that this being, whose mission is to torment Asterion, cannot bring about a fraction of the harm a crazed, twisted human could achieve. One must wonder how frightful Argos's sadism can be when the snake holds no power to bring his victim out himself. You touch the armband. Now, neither do you. Oh, hello, Argos.
Yeah, master. How did you?
I saw you from your office window. Seemed like you were trying to start trouble again. So I thought I should just come down and get it over with. My next break's gonna be in half an hour. So 2:30 about, maybe 20 minutes.
Trouble indeed. I know all about it. But get it over with. Sire, you have only just arrived. Why the hurry?
I really don't have time or patience for your antics. I'm tired of your shit, Argos! I'd rather you just tell me what you have to. Then I'll tell you what I think about it. And we can go both back onto our lives. I totally read that right.
Oh my lord, what is this that ails your spirit? Has the Minotaur failed his duty somehow? Has a guest disrespected your hospitality?
Not a word about Asterion. He's done nothing to cause any ill will. And our guests bring only joy. Don't imply such things again. I won't stand for it.
I have overstepped, have I not? I forget my words, and the distress they have brought upon you, my lord. It is not my goal or desire to bring strife upon you. Yours should only be a life showered with the finest of pleasures, plentiful in milk and wine, much like Elysium is said to be.
You say that, but you've caused me nothing but strife. Second only to what we've experienced recently. I received a very unpleasant letter from Clement a couple days ago, you know. It reminded Asterion of everything that happened to him and the previous guests. It's all fine now, but I'm still not in the mood to deal with you on top of all that. The snake's gaze drops to the ground as he readjusts his pelt. His shoulders droop. His tongue shoots out a half a dozen times. His tail coils around itself. At last he looks back up to you, like a child at the teacher.
While it is my duty to inflict distress and grief upon the hybrid bull, I am also meant to assist in your affairs. Sire, with all the humanity of my slithering servitude, which cannot hope to process this greatness of the human mind, please allow me to interject. Are you sure this letter comes from Clement?
I swear it came from P when I read this. Was I blind when I read this? Because when I read it, it said P at the end of it. Am I going crazy? Who else could it be? I don't know anyone else who would do something like this.
Can it be a prank? Totally not clickbait? Mankind is supposed to be playful, yes? Maybe a reprobate has, perchance, set out to bring grief to your lordship.
A reprobate like you, perchance?
Me bring you grief? Perish the thoughts. For our most esteemed master, I wish only joy and glory.
That's me. Gentler than rain, the snake lets out a sweet, playful hiss. Sure, whatever. So, Argos, why were you going to call me out here today? What are you planning this time?
My moment to shine arrives! Indeed, I have yet another task for you and your followers. I've gathered a treasure trove of artifacts for you, my lord. You may possess them, and their inscrutable knowledge. However, I did not finish my sentence, goddammit!
I clicked on the wrong thing.
My moment to shine arrives. Indeed, I have yet another task for you and your followers. I've gathered a treasure troves of artifacts for you, my lord. You may possess them with their inscrutable knowledge if you send me a hybrid of greater depths in the land, and...
No, thank you.
Pardon?
If your proposal hinges on sending Asterion out, I'll have to deny it regardless of the reward. Shows the wrist... shows the armband.
But sire, what I have here is a truly and fortuitous finding. It's a fortuitous finding, in fact. It's an essential document which Clement threw down into the valley during his rage.
It doesn't matter. I'm not going to send Asterion out. Even if I wanted to, I'm forbidden from doing so.
Forbidden? Why? You are sovereign over this land and its laws. Just what could possibly prohibit you from doing as you please?
Oh, many things. My staff, for starters. They've learned the truth of Astarion's past, and will revolt if I even think about mistreating him.
Then find new, better workers! They aren't as disposable as broken tools! For all I care, they can work at the Amazon factories! They don't even give bathroom breaks there!
You rub your temples and give him a glare. Argos shrinks back on himself. People aren't disposable, as we like to think in late capitalism.
Forgive me. From your tone, I assume again? A faux pas, as they say. But my point still stands. Being peer pressured by your staff doesn't mean you are prohibited. I mean, being peer pressured by your staff doesn't mean you are prohibited.
Maybe, but neither do I want to mistreat Astarion. And there's a third factor as well. You tap the lead armband. This.
Oh, what a drab piece of jewelry, my lord.
This armband is a contract, Argos. It binds me from sending Astarion out here.
What do you mean? That's impossible! You can't forbid yourself from doing the master's duty! The labyrinth would never enable such a thing!
We were a bit creative, you see. If I send Astarion out, or allow anyone else to coerce him, then this band will amputate my arm. The snake's eyes pass over your armband, as if trying and failing to find anything noteworthy about it. Did somebody say cheesecake? Somebody said cheesecake! I want cheesecake. It is as though he cannot comprehend what you mean. In other words, if I send Astarion out, I will bleed to death. The contract is binding and cannot be revoked. I will never, ever be able to send him out. Chances are, he'll never come down here again for as long as I live, and believe me, I intend to make sure my successor upholds the same standard. This is the end of your mission. Hopefully, and the end of it for all eternity. I'm putting a stop to this senseless torture for good. All at once, Argos crumbles. He sways and leans back as though being swung around. Fling the noodle boy! Fling him around! The snake holds and squeezes his head until a knife of gray iron sinks into his breast and severs a life thread of a pang of agony. He crumples like flowers undone, torn from their stalks, and cries like a boy mourning to his father.
No! The 12! My bright-eyed Athena! My powerful Lord Zeus! This can't be!
He lunges forward and grabs you in a hug.
He corrupted you! Tarnished your very flesh with his curse! You are tainted, my lord! Dirty with this fated contract! There must be a way to release you from these shackles! A loophole, an inconsistency!
There's no turning back. This is how things will be from now on. For good. So I suggest you take your little...
Forget the treasures! What are they good for? You can't! If I can't... But the 12! What a wretched contract!
He lets out a chest-heaving, heart-rending sobs of a child. Perhaps this is what he deserves. This snake meant to torture a prisoner. And yet, what harm has he brought compared to the dozens Hundreds of masters before you who held the power to stop all harm from coming to the Minotaur did not. This sorry beast is but a blimp in the grand scheme that has brought Astarion so much suffering. I'll hug him. Let's be nice. GG, Argos. GG. Perhaps a torturer like him, in the strictest sense of justice, should not deserve much in the way of kindness. The gods and their whims make senses. The gods and their whims sentence mortals to grievous fates. What is there to understand in it? And yet, regardless of how unfair it is for him to grieve it at all, for this brief moment you can offer a measure of sympathy. Like Astarion does to his lyre, you hug Argos in return with the open-heartedness of a father. Your hands lay over his scapulae, and what a contrast they are to the Minotaur's wide back. It should be no surprise this snake is lean, but in truth, he is beyond bony. He tenses up as you squeeze. You think he may slither away at the contact, but his shoulders relax as he whimpers and groans. His own grasp tightens. He sobs into your chest. Your shirt is getting wet from tears and snot, but you graciously ignore it. You constrict him against you, just a bit, every other labored heave. What peculiar tapestry the gods have worn, is it not? Here lies the foreman, a wretched serpent who nonetheless can never cause a fraction of the damage Clement had. Did the old man ever feel grief like this? Can he fathom the days and nights Astarion spent locked in the cold room? And the gods, wherever they are, do they even remember this forsaken land and lonesome prisoner they left behind? And Argos himself, do they think of him? He may be above Astarion, but he's still a cursed prisoner surviving off the bugs and rodents. But when you look at him, when he speaks to you, is he cognizant of the wretchedness of the fate he's been assigned? He bears his duty like a badge of honor, when in truth it is a shackle as tight clasped as the Minotaur's. No! You dropped the cheesecake! No, Trevor, I'm so sorry. Oh, this is terrible to hear. Everybody, F's in chat for the cheesecake. He gives you one final squeeze, head still buried in your chest. He may not wish to let go, but there he is, no delaying the disentangling of limbs. You ought not apologize for your actions. The contract, the armband, all of it is fair and just. And yet, after witnessing Argos's wailing, wouldn't it only be fitting to say you are sorry? One should never apologize to a torturer, however. So instead, you say the second best thing. It's unfortunate things have come to this, but it is what it is. I see. The snake looks to the stash of trinkets he had been placing at the feet of the statues, then back to you. My intention was for you to send Astarion deeper into the valley to retrieve another offering. But in truth, I meant to deliver the reward to you regardless of the results. So, go on. Have it. Forget the task, just take it. It belonged to you, regardless. An orchard-colored clay dish, or is is in an ochre covered clay dish with a black minotaur painted on it. A set of clay dolls mounted on a single base, a round minotaur holding a human's right hand, and a snake person holding the man's left. Almost a nativity with how wide they smile. And under it all is a sheet of parchment, but as aged but as intact as the day it was created. What is all this? Argos looks at the clay dolls as he rubs a forearm on his snotty nose. He says nothing until he moves closer and picks up the sheet of paper.
This is a copy of the contract that gave birth to this very realm. Or at least, a fragment of it. The Labyrinth's constitution. Your contracts are powerful, my lord. But make no mistake, a human's will can never compare to that of the gods. You will find that no attempt at amending or revoking this document will bear fruit. It is superior to us all, and we are all bound to obey it. You will glimpse much of the Labyrinth's inner workings by poring over it.
He extends it to you. For a flash, his sorrow dies out, and only resolution remains. Argos gave you the Labyrinth's constitution. You can read it in the contracts file of the Themba. I can read. You can. Argos gave. Damn it! Argos gave you the Labyrinth's constitution. You can read it in the contract section of the files menu. Thank you, Argos. I'll make good use of it.
Of course you will. You are a wily one, master.
But what about you? What will you do now that you won't be, torturing Asterion?
Oh!
Has another life crisis? The desert wind howls as the foreman's gaze shines away. What life could this wretched being have now? Would you mind answering a few of my questions?
Your wish is my command, master.
Do you have any family? Is there someone waiting for you down the depths of the valley? A village of snake people, or a magical animal of sorts? Anyone you can talk with?
Oh, but of course. There's my pants for starters.
God, what a loner. You mean the one you're wearing?
Yes, what else? It's been handed down for generations of Argoi. It is our inheritance and our constant companion. And that's not all. You see the kind creatures who roam this valley? The crawling, shrieking ladies and all their family of cold-born beings.
Yes, but they don't talk, do they? It's not company. I rewatched your older streams and you chose to deal Argos differently. I won't be spoiling much, but you'll soon receive a special item. When that happens, you'll need to focus on R&D. Oh, thank you, Amaral, for the helpful advice. But you just mentioned having generations before you. Do you have a father or a grandfather?
I have pedigree, my lord. But not in that sense. I did not meet my predecessors, no. They toiled in their own time, and now I bear their mantle.
So you've been alone here for... How old are you? Who raised you?
I was no helpless infant, my lord. I raised myself, as all serpents ought to. And what a puzzling question that is. How old am I? How do I know? And how should I know? Do humans count and name each day and night? I would never bore myself with such a task.
So you grew up alone and you don't know how old you are. But that doesn't make sense. How do you know how to speak or what you're supposed to do? You mentioned the Greek heroes and gods, but how do you even know who they were and what they did? His smile broadens, but his eyes remain half closed as if in caution.
Can't you guess it yourself?
I can't see any logical explanation, no.
The labyrinth tells me, Master. Its minds have told me all I need to know. It has been a long time since I last spoke, but all I know comes from then.
That's... No, Argos. I've never heard of such a thing. This place has not one, but multiple minds?
Just like any regular human. Or perhaps, does my lord lack the competing wants and desires that so plague mankind? Do you not fear conflict, greed and lust clashing with humility and chastity?
Listen. Having a set of wants and odds with each other is not the same thing as having multiple minds. That's a whole different thing.
You still have much to learn. Do you perhaps think your mind alone is capable of commanding the realm to craft all that you may wish for? The labyrinth's minds hear your plea, read your intentions, and they do the dirty work of putting it all together. Say, have you tried creating life yet? A pet? A tree? Flowers, perhaps?
I remember trying to make flowers, yes, but with no success.
Of course not. You barely know the full extent of your powers. And you've already signed them off to the hybrid. How about I teach you a trick? A little revelation for your personal enjoyment.
It is really difficult to not get this R&D. You just need 10 in contracts. I'm a bit confused. The snake slithers away, taking off his pelt, draping it over one of the statues, an old man of imposing eyebrows who wields a trident. I'm a bit confused. Do I need 10 contracts or something? I only have 5. Or is it the team thing? So I need a 10 in contract? We got a lot of raw materials though, at least. And it's cumulative. Also, you have Themba. Themba is perfect for R&D. Okay. I'll probably switch him out with Coda, of course. They're just talking about spoiling the future. Okay. Anyway, let's continue. Before proceeding, however, he collects a book from what seems to be an inner pocket sewn into the pelt's back.
Think of life, Master. How about one of these tiny lions domesticated by humans? A cat? That's what you call them? Or perhaps bees, hornets, flies. Anything would do.
It is no more difficult than creating diamonds in the palm of your hand. From around your feet, 1, 2, 3 cats crawl into existence. I have so many cats! From your fingertips, little thoughts grow into a plethora of bugs. Stop feeding the cats! Stop feeding the cats! Why am I like this? For a moment, you Argos, and all this life is suspended in a moment of grace. Then one of the cats shifts its gaze away from the horizon and towards the statue in pelt. Like a compressed coil, they all burst and leap with sudden fury towards the foreman's discarded mantle. It lasts only a moment, just as they are about to make contact with it. Your mind springs into action as well to command them all out of existence. Okay, what just happened? You witnessed. This, too, is the labyrinth's nature. Any Flora will attempt to do the same, if given the chance. Which is why a master, long ago, put in place a contract to forbid animal and plant life from being summoned above the valley. Now you know why you cannot create life, and why the land above is a lifeless, deathless desert. This and much more I have been told by the labyrinth's immortal minds. Thank you for showing me this. I didn't know. Of course you didn't. The hybrid you keep alive. He's full of seldom shared secrets. Ashamed of it all, I imagine. I would be too. Every secret unveiled comes with knowledge of what he's been through. I've barely seen him in my life, but I know much of the paths his hooves have trod. He longs to live a fantasy of being like any other human. He would rather have you and everyone else, all of your staff, kept away from the truth. And what truth are you talking about? All of it! Every crumb and morsel of his sentence. So none will pity him. If you would care to know my opinion, he is pitiable. Perhaps one of the most so among all victims of the god's ire. What a wretched, cursed fate. But he does not wish for you to think so. You would do well too, as much as possible. Let him enjoy normalcy. Why are you telling me this? Aren't you supposed to be his torturer instead of my counselor? No. You are supposed to be the jailer. I am meant to be the assistant. Over all these centuries, how often do you think the Argoi, my ancestors, were the ones who raised a hand against the hybrid? You are the Lord, thrice blessed by the Olympians to bring about justice. I am merely here to witness, to teach, and to spur. But that does not answer your question. Why I said that? I am no fool, my lord. When you asked about my companionship, did I notice a drop of worry? Or was it a care? Do you pity me for my upbringing? For the life I lead here? I am not as proud as the hybrid, sire. I am honored knowing you would dedicate even the smallest shred of your intention to my well-being. The Minotaur, I hope, he cherishes you too. You are shaping up to become a most peculiar lord. Thousands of years, and none saw fit to try a stunt as foolish as that wretched armband which tarnishes your visage. Are you surprised by my words? I'd admit, you've shown an unexpected side of yourself today. It is Surprising, to say the least.
Make no mistake, I am still bound to my duty. But bringing grief to Asterion is only part of it. I must teach you about this land and the power you wield, so you may become the finest lord yet. Ugh, I suppose finest is a bit beyond our grasp now, isn't it? As long as you have that armband, which would seem to be until death do you part. But my duty remains. If you would tolerate me every now and then, I would enjoy revealing to you a few more of the Labyrinth's secrets.
Don't get me wrong, the offer is tempting. But you're sounding quite traitorous today. If the Olympians, wherever they may be, won't strike you down for this or whatever, then sure, I may accept your offer. But I have to ask first. Are you offering me this so you won't be alone down here?
Lonely? I have my pelt, a dozen anthills, and voices which speak inside my head.
Oh, Argos.
Of course I am. But it's not kind of you to point it out. Then again, kindness is hardly my strong suit either. I will admit, I'm growing fond of our clashes of wit. 'Tis like the old tales, it all brings such warmth to my heart. You know, despite the armband that... Did you hear something just... Ah!
Light and sound are washed away as whatever it is approaches. What the fuck? Your instincts push you to flee back to the hotel, but an unnatural rumble fills the air. A deep bass drilling your paralysis into your bones and muscles. The snake himself reels back as though leaping out of the way, but the creature's presence petrifies him just as much as it does you. Your eyes meet, and mortality is laid bare as thoughts rush forth between the two of you. I'm going to die. I can't end like this now. This is sloppy. I'm going to feel anything. Ah! No. I can't die yet. Na 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 na. Run. The snake's eyes shift towards the hotel's entrance, and then to the statues around you. Ah! Muscles drawn taut, strains, and then bursts as you and Argos leap out of the way, just as the thing drops its head to ram and gore its target. Just as you turn and run back to the hotel, you catch sight of Argos throwing something to the side before slithering away. The creature's hooves dig into the ground, and it bellows again, but it does not charge just yet. Only once you've crossed the hotel's threshold and turned around again do you hear that last hooves trampling the soil. A bellow. A hiss. The monster bucks before crashing its front legs down. Onto Argos's pelt. And when you look upward, you find the snake coiled around the shoulders of a tall god wearing a winged cap and sandals. The monster bucks and stops on the pelt again, then tries to dig at it with his horns. Argos opens his mouth as if to yell out a command. Before his voice rings out, you can already anticipate it.
You almost killed me, wretched imbecile, he would say. And that's my heirloom, a sacred object used at the gods' worship.
That's what one would expect from the foreman. Oh boy, I'm gonna be receiving something special soon. But the creature's bellowing drowns out the treacherous hiss. He is weak and powerless before this thing. Argos then hides himself behind the god's shoulders, away from your sight, And that's when you notice something on the ground by the pelt. A weathered, leather-bound book lying wide open on its spine. It's trying to gore Argos's pelt. The creature stomps and kicks the book, sending a few of its pages flying off with the wind. One page such passes over the hotel's threshold, landing not far from your feet. You obtained a stray page. What do I do here? What on earth do I do here? Let's see what happens if we wait. Uncomfortable as the position may be for him, Argo should not be in immediate danger as long as he stays up on his statue. And neither of you have seen the labyrinth's unsightly creatures are forbidden from crossing the hotel's threshold. The thing at last finishes the pelt from the dirt and throws it upward. It reels back, trying to catch the foreman's mantle as it falls, but instead it's caught on Poseidon's trident. It is kind to save him. The creature paces around the statue, trampling Argos's book further. But it does eventually get tired of trotting about and disappears last into the evening. I was not kind. You can come down now, Argos. The thing is gone. Are you okay? The snake offers no response. So you approach the statue and look up at him. Oh, thanks for subscribing, Dragon Fang. Welcome to the Dork Squad. Argos? He did nothing wrong. Book did nothing wrong.
It almost caught me. If I was just an inch to the left, it would have gored my eye out.
Jeez, are you injured?
No, but I feel lightheaded.
Get down here. You might be having some kind of reaction. I'll make some water for you. Drink it. The foreman clings to the statue even as he drops down from it, not unlike a child trying to climb down from a tree too tall. Why do you want me to command so much? How much of a difference will this make? Can I just get out of the way? Go away! Fine, I'll command it. Jeez. Away, you wretched thing! Begone! The thing turns towards you and then tilts his head left and right to get a good look at this mortal who would command it. Its paws at the dirt as if preparing to charge. But then something shifts in its eyes. Thirst for violence gives way to a bitter obedience. The creature looks up to the pelt and, one can hope, realizes the futility of its efforts. It turns around, still looking back at you, and disappears into the valley. You can come down now, Argos. The thing is gone. Are you okay? The snake offers no response. Argos?
It almost caught me. If I was just an inch to the left, it would have gored my eye out.
Jeez, are you injured?
No, but I feel lightheaded.
Jeez, get down here. You might be having some kind of reaction. I'll make some water for you. Drink it. The foreman clings to the statue as if he drops down from it, not unlike a child to climb down from a tree too tall. Dazed as he is, he displays no concern for his self-image. He dips his snout right into the bowl of water you summon and takes shy, rhythmic gulps. His eyes are red, and his cheeks are streaked with tears. Every dozen or so gulps, he stops to breathe, rub his dripping nose, and let out another sob.
I don't like this.
Getting attacked by a monster out to torture you? Hey, our first M&Ms of the day. I went back to M&Ms because I've been torturing myself with Sour Skittles and Happy Juice. This was a lot more tame. I don't want to kick you while you're down, but now you've had a taste of what Asteria must have gone through.
That's not... The pelt! I have to find it!
The foreman searches around the foot of the statue. There it lies, intact, albeit marred by a few hoof prints. His eyes hunt further, however. A bit off to the side, wide open and hemorrhaging pages. It is the leather-bound volume once hidden in the pelt's inner pocket.
My book! No!
He leaps, ignoring the pelt, to cradle the destroyed book against his chest and let out all of his accumulated sobbing. His first fit of tears today had a childlike quality to it, while the second one was fraught with fear. This, however, is the chest-splitting cry of loss beyond words, harsh enough to tear one's throat apart and turn the mourner into a coughing mess. Any attempt to gather the pages is doomed. Even now, as he tries to hug and put them back together, half a dozen slip from his grasp and fly away. Come on, you don't need to cry, it's just a book. If you want, I can get you any one you want.
No! This one's one of a kind! And now it's ruined! It's missing pages too!
I can help you find them. They can't have been blown too far. If we start searching now, we might be able to find them all. Just leave the pelt on the statue. I don't want a repeat of this incident. The foreman is so engrossed in his grief that he doesn't answer. You follow the wind's direction and find half a dozen scattered pages a few meters away. A handful more stuck on dried bushes. You take a look at the contents, but only see strings of writing in an alphabet you've never seen before. You focus and command the realm to use its magic to translate it, but the letters don't budge. Defeated, you go back to picking up the pages just as Argus joins you. If you don't mind me asking, what's this book about? Is it Euclid? Some lost Archimedes, perhaps?
No, it's a special book. I can't tell you what it's about.
Why? I thought I was your boss. Why should you get to keep secrets like that?
Because it's only for Argyle. It's
ours. Can't I write up a contract changing that?
No, please, don't. Don't take it from me. Doug, promise you won't, or I'll never talk to you again.
Good. Oh, feisty, aren't you? I never expect such words from my most loyal servant.
I'm having an awful day. I have my limits too.
Once there are no more pages left to be found, Argos hides in the shade of a statue and starts piecing the book back together. But the work is arduous. It takes up to a minute for the foreman to check each page over, as he seems to struggle with its script. Perhaps exhaustion overtakes him. After a certain point, the snake just hugs his pile of papers and looks into the distance. His tongue darts in and out, tasting the air, but ends up catching a stray tear that has been clinging to his chin. You, the statue, and the massive valley all tower over this abandoned boy who only dreams of going back home.
Dirk, there's something I've been thinking about for a while now. What I'm about to say may be a bit puzzling to you, but would you say I'm a good person?
Argos, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but torturing people fundamentally incompatible. Argos, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but torturing people is fundamentally incompatible with being good. But I haven't tortured anyone! Are you sure? All this time you've been trying to convince me to stare at... All this time you convinced me to send Asterion out. The first time you called me, he had a panic attack. Just hearing your flute is enough to get him anxious. Now we've both seen what awaits him, and you don't seem to like it when it's done to you. What did you think would happen if Asterion came down here? I know he can get hurt, but it's not me doing the torturing. That's not my job. I'm just here to help you do it. And if I did send him out and he got injured, wouldn't you share responsibility for convincing me? Let me try again. My duties as Argos aside, would you say I'm a good person? I'm not sure I can separate you from what your job is, from what you've been trying to accomplish all this time. Being willing to torture someone, or even to aid in it, says a lot about a person. I see. So, I'm not a good person? I can't say you are, no. You give him a pat on the back. And yet, even with all I've done, all the grief I've tried to bring to Asterion, and despite your friendship with him, you still treat me well. I'm just a detestable servant, and you have all the luxury and friends you could wish for up there. But still, you are down here. I suppose you being a bad person doesn't mean I can't tolerate you. Or maybe even be your friend. I'm not the kind to mistreat others. What a lousy master you are. Yep. Better get used to it. Oh, I am already. I wish we had met under different circumstances. I would have enjoyed being your friend. A proper one. Well, we could be friends if you drop the whole torture thing. We could, yes. But would it be wise to the frog to carry the scorpion across a river? That is to say, I'm sorry, but I can't. He looks away. You sound almost regretful when you put it like that. The snake bites his thumbnail. He bites my thumbnail! Stop it, Argos! Or perhaps, choose it. With his free hand, he hugs his stray pages closer. The two of you stand there, as still as the god statues. All the commotion left you covered in sweat, which makes the valley's breeze quite welcome. Argos does not care for the breeze. Instead, it's your presence which soothes him. I enjoyed my time with you, Dirk. Now, you won't be sending Asterion out, I understand. But as I said earlier, I can keep teaching you about the labyrinth. Would you be up for? I'll think about it. But you know, there is something that would be really sweetening the deal for me. Would it be too much to ask for you not to wear the pelt anymore? Even aside from being in poor taste, I saw that it's apparently too dangerous. I can't deny that.
And you haven't seen half of it either. I'm really only word when I come to speak with you. It's part of the ceremony. Usually I go without. Makes the monsters less active. So, yes, I can do that. No more pelt, I promise.
He extends you a hand. He extends a hand to you, the gentleman. You, however, are gifted with the great heritage of mankind, which tells you that such a meek gesture won't do at all. You pull him in by the arm and bless the snake with a back-breaking hug he deserves, squeezing with the might of Poseidon's sea, both to inflict companionship and revenge. The foreman wheezes out a response.
My lord! I can't breathe!
And yet, the harder you hug, for he has earned your mercy in its fullest, multifaceted form.
I yield!
Indeed, only then do you let the rascal free.
I deserve that, I suppose.
Every bit of it. And 10,000 times more.
What a most kind monarch. I should go now. I've taken up too much of your time.
I do have other matters to attend to, yes?
And I'm sure it must be some blasphemous Minotaur protecting business.
It absolutely is.
What an odd master you are. You hold quite an affection for him, don't you?
If I didn't, I wouldn't be going through all this effort, would I?
Do you love him? No, do not answer. Forget I even asked. This land has seen so many masters, both frightful and kind, but never has it witnessed one such as you. Perhaps this will be the will of the gods. On this matter, however, I shall not speculate. It is not my place.
Argos slithers off into the night.
Good night, master. May you be the greatest lord this realm has ever seen. Whatever path you choose, I will remain by your side.
In the safety of your office, you examine the 2 sheets of parchment you saved from Argos's book. No matter how much you glare and squint at them, the pages do not yield their contents to you. Their script was written in such symbols altogether alien to your eyes. So far, the hotel hasn't experienced much difficulties with translating any language in particular. So why is this the exception? Unlocking the true contents of this document will take some effort, but perhaps this can be done with enough people. That's what the R&D team is for, one could agree, or argue. Please tell me we're on chapter 16 by now, because this has been the longest chapter of my life. During dinner, you remain quiet about what transpired down below. No reason to burden Asterion with Argos's shenanigans. You must be strong and bear this yoke yourself. For your friend, go on as with any normal night. How was your day, buddy?
It was a fine one. A guest approached me before checking out, and he said the sweetest thing. As soon as he laid eyes on me, in the blink of an eye, he rushed up to me and said that if I might ever visit Malta, he knows the greatest hotel. Or he actually knows a great hotel, maybe not the greatest. A friend of his works there and could get me a great deal. He went as far as saying he would come and raise hell himself if anyone disrespected me there.
Oh, what a nice statement. And what a nice sentiment. Indeed. The Minotaur supports his head with a hand on his chin while keeping his gaze fixed on you. This thing, this stream of humanity, is what I missed and wanted. And humanity missed you, whether it knows it or not. He lets out a drawn-out grumble. As he readjusts his legs, you can just catch the clop of his hooves. Thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have any of this. Oh, the little guy! It's Greggy. One cannot tell who started it, but... Oh, that was Nono. Or Nano. But after Nano drops by to deliver your meals, your hands find themselves side by side, touching on their flanks. Neither of you notice while it lasts, but as soon as it ends, the emptiness lingers, sweet and nostalgic. We will never escape Chapter 15, which is why we're going to take a little break here so I can refill on my water and take a bathroom break. Enjoy the pleasing Minotaur Hotel music, which is Psycholos Epitaph with the Lyre of Apollo, by Lena Palera, Lyre 2.0 project player. Anyway, gonna take a break at 3:06:30. Yes, finally a break. I am back. Whew. So, how's everybody enjoying this? Oh, everybody sounds like they were having good dinners and whatnot. For me, it's like almost midnight. Trying to figure out what I'm doing right now. This button. What is happening? Alright, time to get in a relaxing, comfortable position and continue with reading. Hopefully we can get through this bad boy as soon as we can. At least through chapter 15. And I've only had 3 M&Ms so far. So weird. I'm just gonna have some count for fun now, because I don't think Minotaur Hotel is much of a culprit for these ellipses. Plus, they're my dessert for tonight. We are definitely going to talk to Robert. And I'm going to switch up the teams. So I'm going to manage our teams, and we are going to swap Coda. Imagine if we put everybody in. Are we allowed to do that? No. Were you not allowed to put 4 in 1? Okay. It'd be 7 and 7 this way, but if we switch it like that, we have 5 and 5. That's actually a more balanced contract and tech. So would this be the best decision? Alright, let's finish. Alright, y'all ready to do the thing today? Yeah, Hinterland 3 is gonna be plickety long as well. Oh boy. That's gonna be interesting. I've talked to Robert 3 times, I think. I talked to him 1 time last stream, I thought. Try to remember, because we did something where like we gave thanks and whatever, blah blah blah. I need to make sure I save here at this point. Before I load. I'm just gonna test out. No, not log, load. I'm just gonna make the alert box. I assume it went through. Perpy donated $5, and everybody else had some generous donations before. Okay, yeah. Perpy donated $5 saying, "Can you say in a Asterian voice, Master, is that a bulge in your pants?" You're welcome. But if I go back to here... Let me just test this out and see my theory of... Oh, I forgot. We always did to Hades. So, yeah, Robert comes, and then the thing happens, we get the letter, and we're angry. And then... Yep, we need somebody, we need a financer, we skip. Don't we get at least 1 day? Like, we got to talk to Robert already in the lounge. So I'm gonna load our current situation. Alright, so we're gonna do this one last time. Hopefully we get Robert finally in our crew. Let's confirm the plan. Oh shoot, I think I forgot to, whatever. We started at 3:15:15. I have to log this for my time capsules for the video, so the chapters are properly aligned. And we are continuing. This time, Robert calls out for you.
Dirk, hello. I was hoping I'd find you today. I have something you might find interesting.
What is it?
Just some reading. It's a little book called The Dream Eater's Journal. To the average reader, it's a self-professed piece of self-help/religious fiction, published about a year or two ago by an Argentinian PhD of theology. That is, of course, only meant to make it amusing, or unassuming. In truth, it's a treatise written by a mythical being who is very knowledgeable about the nature of magic.
Ooh, The Dream Eater's Journal. Matthias Jorges.
I've read it about half a dozen times already. I've seen all it contains. I would like you to have it.
Oh, thank you, Matthias. Or not Matthias. Thank you, Robert. I didn't expect this kind of information to be available in the book.
Seldom is it published, yes. But this one man has made it his life mission to catalog and reveal as much information as possible.
You obtained a copy of the Dream Eater's Journal. Huzzah! Okay. Does anybody see this little wet mark here? I spilled some water on me when I came up. Yeah, anyway.
Changing the topic, there's another matter I wish to bring up. Do you recall our previous conversation about Mr. Sterion's soul?
I think so. You said his soul seemed pretty prematurely aged.
Yes, among other things. He has a touch of divinity in him, although withered away, while his humanity remains strong. Recall, too, what I said about my own constitution. My kind, we are not built like most demons. Our souls are made of the same substance as humans, but our shells come from subterranean powers. We call it chaos or tonic forces. It has many names across different cultures, but I imagine you and your Cretan friends should be familiar with those terms. You should not conflate chaos with evil or disorder, however. It mainly relates to the primordial forces of nature, and to an older generation of gods. There is one detail I omitted about Asterian's soul. I didn't know what to make of it, whether it was not, or whether or not it was my place to mention, and I fear Joe can misinterpret it. There is a third substance in his soul, a chaos most notable and ancient, but withered just as much as his divinity. Once more, I've struggled to describe it. It is richer in texture. He was born from a truly primordial tonic source. I've seldom seen such a pedigree, and ever mixed with humanity and divinity alike. In comparison, Mr. Coda possesses a spark of divinity, and Mr. Lucas a smidgen of chaos.
Of course he does.
But none as great as Master Asterian's. If only his soul hadn't been drained of its substance. But that is not all. There is a second layer to his chaos. On top of his ancestry, someone or something has branded him with a distinctly chonic imprint.
Is that something I should worry about?
No, I don't think so. I must stress again, chaos is not evil or any more dangerous than divinity. Pardon me, it is considered impolite to reveal the substance of another's soul as I've done today. But what I saw, is like nothing I've ever seen, and may I speak frankly?
Of course. Go ahead.
Minotaurs are an exceedingly rare species of mythical. Scholars largely deem them to be a fabrication. And yet, here I see one, living and breathing, with an unfathomably old soul, gifted with a divinity and chaos befitting a demigod. Never mind, it's none of my business, and I assume you and Asterion must prefer this matter to be private. Although, if I am honest, this whole situation has lit a fire in my intellectual curiosity. This hotel you have and its people, it's nothing short of exceptional.
Well, thank you, Robert. Both for your kindness and discretion. It is an honor to have you here as well.
Thank you, our fine host.
Aw.
Now, if you would entertain me, I would have a little request. I won't bore you with the details of my personal life. What matters is, would you happen to have some room in this fine enterprise for one such as I?
Oh, yeah, why not, Robert? My favorite demon. You mean a job for you?
Yes, this was supposed to be my vacation, but I've become quite fascinated with this hotel. I would like to learn more about it, and I'm willing to make myself useful in exchange. Plus, it would be a welcome change from my usual job. So, what do you say?
Oh, absolutely. We have a lot of, shall we say, contract work, and we could use someone with legal expertise. That's kind of my situation with my job. It's not like a permanent, oh, you're permanently on until somehow you get like, yeah. Like, my situation's where it's like, I have like, I think a lot of jobs have this where it's like a purgatory period where it's like a probationary, where it is like a contract like that, so they don't give you all the full perks of the job, but you have some. But once you pass that probationary period, if they still want to keep you on, you join and get all that. That's kind of the situation I'm in. So even though I had landed something, I'm still, I still got to work my way up for it. Make sure I don't get too content. But at least I have some time to show myself. Anyway, enough about me. Back to Robert. I'm not saying what the job is itself, but yeah, that's the type of work it is. Anyway. Could you please bring us up with Asterion? He'll get you set up for the job and discuss your pay.
Marvelous. Thank you, Dirk. You won't regret giving me this chance.
And with that, Robert trots off to find your business partner. Robert has joined the hotel's staff and is now available in the R&D and exploration teams. Awesome. Let's check in on the R&D team. I thought I put Themba here. Wait a minute. Your current team can complete a project. Do you want to complete your research or continue working on something else? Translate the pages of Argos's diary. I'm a bit confused. I'm just gonna go back and reload this. Because... oh, did I not switch them? Ah! That's what I meant. Finish. Confirm. Well, it doesn't matter either way, but hey. There we go. Alright, let's translate those Argos diary pages.
Dirk, I have the results with me. We've decoded the papers you sent over. Despite being written in an unknown alphabet, it corresponded to the Greek one without issues. It also used a kind of cryptography, a very traditional old one called the Caesar cipher. That said, even now it remains unreadable. No matter how much I try, I cannot put a single word together. It all seems to be gibberish to me, but perhaps you will be able to glean something from it. What a puzzling paper.
Interesting. Back in your office, you sit down to look over your team's findings. The original papers have the same textures as all the contracts you've seen so far. Flexible but firm and impossible to tear. The decrypted transcripts, meanwhile, are just like any regular sheet of paper, save for the fact that, while you can recognize straight words, sentences refuse to come together in your mind. Or at least, they don't for a first minute or so. The more you insist, the more each word finds its place and strings itself into the sentence around it. Here's what they revealed to the realm's true lord. Christos, 80th of his lineage. I am Christos of Crete, the 80th Argos, and hereby I record my mandate's beginning. Hear my tale, my dear descendants, in the glorious lineage of Argos Panopticis, and inscribe within thee mine teachings. The son of Maya saw it fit for my generation to undergo 3 trials, to preach among humans and convince them of his glory, to steal an artifact from a museum, and to survive 30 days in the wilderness without aid. Whichever snake fared the best would earn the title of Argos Panopticis, but my treachery was so great that none dared to stand up against me. My feats were all well known amongst my kin, so much so that they never thought of competing in the first place. Those who did, I deceived into thinking their role was worthless, a lie, and so they fell into obscurity. A handful persisted, but I spoke the language of their hearts and found finer callings that sang sweeter. Then they stood aside and victory was mine. I arrived at the dawn of the new reign. Master Jean-Marie's, son of Bordeaux. He knew war and sought peace for his compatriots' minds. As customary, I tempted him. He was a Christian in mind, so I offered old knowledge of the gods and forgotten tales of his savior. 3 times I slithered to his doorstep before he relented and prepared the order to send the prisoner out. But his acquiescence was victory enough. I told them the tale of Joseph the Merciful, the master after Christ, whose belief in the Son's mercy led to him releasing the Minotaur of his tortures. That was the path the early Christians threaded, and what price he was willing to pay for his vain curiosity. Master Jean-Marie's visage grew paler than death, and he lurked back into his feud. Never since has he accepted an offer of mine. This is the soul I shall carve for my role. That of an honor-bound deceiver. I shall merely draw forth what lies underneath the Lord's veneer of humanity, revealing his personal truth. The master, heifer, and foreman locked in playing out their roles like actors on stage. This is our worship, and each generation's dance determines which deity will be honored. This lord, what a fine lesson I taught him. I wonder, has he understood what his acquiescence entailed? Perhaps he realizes now the weight of shackles, how frightful unlimited power can be. Hereby I pledge my oath to play the role of honor-bound deceiver, to reveal the truth and in doing so obstruct the Lord. Fate is in humanity's hands, and we stand witness. You flip the page over. Dominikos, 81st of his lineage. Bless my mind, Agraphantes, to be as accurate as scales, as fair as gravity, as sprightly as a message from yourself, or blessed from a sacred iris. In the year of 2019, on the first day of June, I arrived in the labyrinth. One by one, I overcame the trials of the son of Maya and earned the honor of carrying the role of foreman. Each one of my victories came from tricking my opponents, and that I bear with unrivaled pride. Each one of my victories came from tricking my opponents, and that I bear with unrivaled pride. On the first trial, I and my opponents were sent out to lie and deceive the poor, downtrodden, and vulnerable. Oh, so those were the people running the GOP election. The night before, I spread rumors among them of a traveling band of scammers, and taught them that tomorrow I would return to capture the villains if they would kindly play along with my trickery. We established a pact, the people and I, and with their help I cheated my opponents out of their money. Sounds much like them. On the second trial, I was pitted against 3 opponents in combat. I spread the lie that the ceremony was delayed by 1 hour, and so my first opponent missed it. Neither did my second rival arrive to challenge me, for I knew the sweet song of his heart. He nurtured an affection towards a lass in the village. I impersonated him and lulled her with furtive, handwritten notes. We set up a meeting on the date and time of the ceremony. Then I revealed to my adversary his sweetheart waited for him. He abandoned his duty for love, and so my victory was assured. My third opponent was a hulking brute, longest and thickest among all. Infected, however, with a heart too kind, a will too soft. He was the sole breadwinner of his tragic family. His mother perished shortly after his youngest sibling was born, and his father was gravely ill. He feared taking the role of Argos Panoptis, but tradition and honor pushed him nonetheless. I instilled in ideas in his father's mind. Who would care for the children if he left? Would the father get to see his oldest son before his own untimely demise? And so the father pleaded, and the son tearfully relented. On the last trial, my one remaining adversary and I were tasked with sneaking unnoticed into the temple to retrieve a relic. But he hesitated and dragged himself so mournfully during the trials. His will was lacking. I tampered with his ceremonial garments and sewed a chime on its back, thus leading both to his swift defeat and a fine distraction that enabled my invasion of the temple. Let it be known that I tricked and deceived my way to the top, but never did I break my word or uttered a lie. A snake ought to take pride in his treachery. It is our duty to hone this craft much like a swordsman polishes his sword and the poet his words. The duty of Argos Panoptis is to be a thespian. I thought you were American. Play a role, construct a fiction, go on stage and dedicate his performance to the gods. This, I state, is the true spirit of the Argos Panoptis, and with my mandate I shall prove the legacy of the 80th Argos, Christos of Crete. Know you, all that come henceforth, that Christos was my grandfather, the greatest Argos before the disgraceful revolt of Clement. His mandate was interrupted by the toddler's tantrum, but 8 decades later his lineage came to finish his grand performance. Oh, what fun will mankind's champion and I have! Hereby I pledge my oath. Joyously shall I play the role of villain, the honor-bound deceiver, as my ancestor put it, to instruct the new lord and reveal the deep truth of his character. Fate is in humanity's hands, and we stand witness. Damn. And the good master, too, stands witness. What a rare moment for a lord to come across the truth of Argoi's lineage. There has only been one other instance for this sort of first snake beaver. There has only been one other instance of this sort since the first snake braved the valley. Nonetheless, the truth of their origin has remained concealed. Though no amount of secrecy or magic shall stop you now, our good lord. Now we shall not patronize you. Surely one as masterful as you can muster up your own hypotheses. There is no need for us to say much more. Except, of course, when it comes to the dear prince. You have glimpsed a most powerful secret of the creatures who have threatened Asterian's safety. There is more to learn, however, before you may grasp the whole of the matter for sure. In addition, as liberating as the revelations you possess may be, to bring up Argos at such a moment may prove grievous for the dear prince. How long has it been since you granted him the laurel wreath? That alone was a measure of liberation. To bring the snake back to his mind would end his moment of bliss. And it's only been a few days since the messenger delivered that wretched letter, has it not? No doubt you remember how it shook the prince's heart. Hear us now. It would be unwise to rope Asterion into this matter before you have unraveled more of this mystery. Doing so would only bring needless distress. Have faith in your own mastery, and 1,000 blessings shall spring from your actions. The passages of Argos's diary have been added to the file screen. Let's check in on the exploration team. Your team got really lucky and found 8 raw materials, twice of what you expected. Oh, it looks like you found something else. You found a poem written in a very old parchment, a small memento of Asterian's past. You can read it by opening the files in the menu. How fun. Sometimes, one may be taken by wanderlust, eyes driven mad to witness beautiful things. When the halls and corridors grew silent, and the bedrooms quieter still, you and your roommates slept out. The air within the hotel had a velvety quality to it. All sounds muffled, even one's own breathing. Asterion's hooves sliding on the floor instead of crashing down barely made any noise. With half the lights turned off, the two of you dove into and out of darkness after every handful of footsteps. Your arms bumped together as Asterion's lumbering gait swayed left and right. At last, out you go into the night. A razor-sharp breeze blows as soon as you open the door, making every inch of your skin feel more alive than ever before. Asterion walks ahead of you to shield you from the cold. Now that none might be bothered, Asterion speaks. The usual pleasantries to loosen one's tongue give way to skittering thoughts and topics. The new guests, of course, but also a few words about the more peculiar among the ones who came before. Asterion wonders how Greta and Ishmael must be doing. Ah yes, Destroyer of World. I remember her. The two of you walk to Luke's makeshift observatory, still standing from the other night. You light one of the red lamps, and that is enough. You and Asterion sit down and get comfortable to enjoy a night of stargazing. This time, the Minotaur did not think to bring his lyre. Perhaps your company and your humming in unison suffices. The air thickens as Asterion tries and fails to hold in a giggle. The corners of his mouth curl upward as he pulls a notebook from his pocket. I took note of a few more poems today, as you told me to. Can I take a look? Of course. I just hope they don't bore you. And I hope you aren't writing these down just because I said so. Me?
Following your orders? Forgive me, sir, but for a moment I believed we were meant to be equals. So thoroughly equal that you now dare to give me sass? My hands are struggling to learn new tricks, but my mind still has a few blessings yet. Good. You'll need that quick thinking to keep up with the 21st century. Now, may I see your new poems? Here. Asterion shared nostalgia poems with you. Go ahead and read them in the memento section in the files menu. That is not the right menu. Holy... Oh, mysterious characters. Interesting. Anyway. Time to read some poems. Cryptic memes. God damn it. The boy just serves jujubes. Why? Is it this here? Okay, this is the poem. An epigram written to a Roman pagan or Gnostic, pontificating, geez, on their conquest of the Greeks. As usual with all foreign written language in the labyrinth, the letters shift as you focus your eyes on them, making the piece of parchment legible. However, you could swear that some of the glyphs that all now refer to the same words looked different to you a moment ago. But love's not love, it's more like love, he told me, using words from my own tongue, from us imported. What compartmentalizing these Romans do? They speak as if the dusk was not yet still the sun. They took our gods, remade, refashioned, mixed up meanings, names, a pantheon of mush. This first, but then, these men with garum doused and drowned our food, and now they lecture me on my own words. Or our own words. Damn. Yeah, it's a bummer I won't get to see the wolf and Kembish on this run. But you can only choose one, and that was pretty cool looking too. Well, maybe I'll have to try those out sometime. My voice cracked. Anyway, Asterion shared nostalgia poems. How sweet of you. Even with the hotel's translation, you notice how rough Asterion's handwriting is. But some could argue that there's a charm to it. A grown Minotaur whose finely woven poems at a glance look as though written by a middle schooler. And have all the edgy Superman S's in there too. Or not Superman, but you know those S's everybody drew in middle school? You know what I'm talking about if you went to American middle school. There's love in each shakily written letter. All of them pulled from the Minotaur's centuries-old mind. And to think that just a few weeks ago, you found him in the cold room. Oh, I could have chosen two if I had the art background. Sorry. Hundreds, thousands of human poets have written in time, and how its march brings only grief. But how many, we wonder, spoke of how sweetly it heals all wounds? You seem to be doing better with each passing day, buddy. Do I? No doubt about it. It's like you've become a whole new person with every week I've been here. The Minotaur scratches his own ears, and then lowers his muzzle. Thank you, my... Dirk? You too. When my days are filled as they have been, well, no opportunity presents itself to mope. I myself have to make use. I can appreciate how high your spirits are, but, and forgive me if this sounds pedantic, I'm not sure I'd say you mope.
Pardon? Moping gives the impression that you're overreacting, or that your issues might not be as important enough to warrant such reaction. In other words, as pleasant as it is to see you happy, there's no issue with taking some time to figure out how you feel. Asterion crosses his arms, a breeze cutting across his back to make his fur standing on end. Sorry if this makes you uncomfortable, but when we get that letter a few nights ago, well, I was worried about you. Do you want to talk about it?
My thoughts confuse me, Dirk. I know not what to believe or say. If you want to hear me, I fear what I could tell would bore you. It is nothing worthwhile.
Don't say that about yourself. You're my friend, Asterion. What you feel and think means a lot to me.
You are blessed with such kindness, Dirk, and you are my friend too. Or perhaps we are blessed to have you in my life.
Thank you, Asterion. In that case, would you trust me with knowing what's going on in that big old heart of yours? How have you been feeling since we received that letter?
Am I even allowed to feel?
What?
Please do not take this as... I'm not implying you would forbid me. Far from it. It's my sentence, Dirk. The Olympians themselves determined that I deserve this fight. To have someone else like you is a blessing, but it is not what I was meant to experience. What Clement did was to only bring it all back to what the realm was supposed to accomplish. How things were meant to be. Am I allowed to be angry at him when the gods themselves said I deserved his mandate rot?
You draw a breath and gather your thoughts, but the Minotaur doesn't give you a chance. He goes on, as if the thread formed ahead of him.
When I get distracted, while tending to the hearth of Lord Hades' statue, I remember the cold room or catch myself having such troublesome thoughts. Like a calf kicking inside my chest, or an arrow through my brain, I cannot help but hunch over and squeeze myself until it dies down. If it dies down. I barely notice it begin. A paralysis runs from my tongue to my stomach, and in the span of a breath, full minutes pass in this blind terror. At times, it is humiliating. I never felt such things towards the masters who tortured me. I took it all as what I was well deserved. But through all those years I spent locked up, I felt a sorrow gnawing my chest and a lead weight dropping in my head. I thought of all the guests, all my friends. What must have happened to them? The sorrow, the pain. I'm well accompanied with them. But this thing stampeding inside my chest is new, and it frightens me so. That's what I've been feeling. Scattered thoughts,
Ah, you sweet, kind-hearted man. Crosser of deserts, heir of duties most unsightly, lord of hosts and guests, self-shackled king. Go on. Do as your humanity compels you. Could it be that you're angry? No, master. I was never one to let wrath take me over. Not in life, not much less in death. Have you been stopping yourself from feeling it? No, it's only... What reason could I have to feel so? Isn't it obvious? People and the gods did terrible things to you. Anyone in your place would feel wronged. But I was not wronged. In fact, they were righting me. The gods, after all. No. No. You don't deserve any of the things you've been through. I asked you about your emotions tonight. It means a lot that you're telling me so much. But I can't let you believe these things about yourself. You are a great, loving, and always kind soul. Look at the hotel. So many people have found a great place of belonging thanks to you. The hotel. It's good, isn't it? Aren't you proud of it? It's my pride and joy, Duck. And it's yours. You are the soul of it all. No matter how many times you call me master, it can't hide the fact that this is your creation. You're amazing, Asterion. No matter what the gods said. This is real. More than their sentence could ever be. The Minotaur looks down at his own hands. Darkness shields his eyes from you. He swallows. It is labored, audible, a struggle against his own body. He opens his mouth to speak, but all he musters is a breath through his gritted teeth. You make me cry. He hunches over, hoping and praying that some shred of the hotel's velvety silence will smother his whimpering. But nothing can contain the sobbing so old and deserved. I don't know what to do. Evening. You gather back all that daunting day has torn asunder. You gather the man, you gather the bull. You gather the friend unto himself. And you enfold him in your arms. You bring all the pieces together. One by one they are fitted and mended. Not all cracks are sealed, but those that are become melded with gold and to weave a beautiful, meandering network. You squeeze him harder, until his arms, hanging limp from his shoulders, are consumed by a want too ancient to ignore. His fingers curl, grazing your leg, and that spark is enough to push the Minotaur to hug you back. He sobs, groans, coughs. You place your forehead upon his, by his horns, and let him pour out all the chest-shaking sorrow unto you. The night alone bears witness to these two souls. The world will never know, but this is the true legend of the Minotaur and his 1,000 labyrinths. And this one, what a marvelous hotel you two have built. But how insignificant, too. Merely a tool to achieve this human thing you have shown us. Can you blame the Minotaur, then, for not wanting to let go. He holds on to you for as long as his chest heaves, and when the time comes, his rough-knuckled fingers refuse to abandon your shirt. And should one reprehend him for remaining close afterwards, shoulder touching yours, sharing that bit of warmth. You reach out and lay an arm over his shoulders. Alone, unwatched, the two of you huddled together. You let time pass, as much as the friend requires. Dirk, the kind, a co-ed worm, a cowherd worm. Okay. Dirk, the kind, a cowherd worm, a sturdy man, and more. The gentlest master ever this desert realm has seen. Asterion the Great, the finest host in all of mankind's history. A soft groan. The Minotaur ponders. Why does this man extend such kindness to me? This time, however, he goes quiet. Or this time, however, he quiets down doubt, and only almost flinches at the compliment. Perhaps it is not his place to know, or perhaps he refuses to look a gift horse in the mouth. Whatever may be the truth, what convinces him is the dream. He closes his eyes. There in the starlit darkness he can enjoy the fantasy, as impossible as it might be, of what may beat inside this man's heart. Hey, we made it to Hinterlands 3! The most beautiful thing on this dry earth. Alright, so I'm gonna save here. So we ended at 3:58. Sorry folks, I don't think I can go much longer. At this point, it's getting late. My voice is starting to feel it. But I really do appreciate the generosity and support everybody has had for, or has contributed for tonight's stream. So back to the title menu we go. So yeah, that concludes chapter 15. We only managed to get chapter 15 done, but hey, progress is progress. Based on how long people described Hinterlands 3 to be from the comments, I might do Hinterlands 3 and maybe one more chapter afterwards, because there's supposedly 18 chapters total so far. So I'd probably do Hinterlands 3, and if chapter 16 comes after that, probably would do that too, maybe in one episode. Hopefully Hinterlands 3 is not as long as chapter 15 just was, but yeah, I'm probably going to do Hinterlands, maybe chapter 16 in that episode. If not, I'll push it to the next episode and do it with the remaining chapters as the final episode. So I'll plan to have an episode 9 and 10 after this is my goal, just to knock it out in 2 more updates. I thought it was going to be like a shorter, like we were at the end of chapter 15 and then we'd bounce into Hinterlands, but totally underestimated the length of Minotaur Hotel, and it was quite a ride though. Do appreciate it. But yes, thank you all for coming, and time to shout out the patrons. Here we go. We are not on this screen, but this screen. Lost my words. We are on this screen. So being a patron, you have some interesting perks, including exclusive, not safe for work readings. The latest one was I was about to say Minotaur Hotel. I had to think about what it was. The Smoke Room, Yalex Samuel scene. And there are other perks too, including early access to my Ocean Avenue releases 7 days before the public release. Hopefully that should be done soon within the next couple of weeks. I'm trying to get it done in 2 weeks per se, right before I start work. But there's also other perks such as exclusive previews of the game, such as exclusive sketches, musical assets. Still need to get the musical assets up, which I need to do. I just uploaded a sketch of the CG1 for day 4. So that's up there recently if you want to check that out. And yeah, other exclusive posts and polls and whatnot. So, those are all the perks of being a patron, or a dork as I like to call y'all. I seem to just call everybody dorks, because everybody's a dork, including me. But, yes, it really does help support me, my creative endeavors, Ocean Avenue, and eventually I'm probably going to diverge my funds a little more into this channel to hopefully, invest more into some edited videos and maybe even some better equipment, possibly. Maybe VTuber stuff, who knows? Put a post on that on Twitter, but anyway, let me get to the patrons. This is their shining time. Let's start out with the fellow dorks. North Grizz, known as Lied Loid. Normally, he watches my videos. If he was here, I'd do the whole, oh, he's here or whatever, but in due time. He also does Minotaur Hotel. Highly recommend. Andrew Corona. Type A Roth. Magrim Wolfram. Andrew Buenaventura. Kuma Richards. Ryan Atkins. Crunchy Balls. Neil. Spick. Spatan 98. Dink Dark. Joven Jackson. Banjo K. Zopictor. Zach. Dennis Arlano Gonzalez. Phoenix 94. Those are my fellow dorks. Now let's move on and give a special thanks to my exclusive dorks. Fire Knights 2008, Kale Tiger, Taylor, and JC Destro. Those are my patrons, and I appreciate everybody's support. So, that is all for today, and not sure if I'm going to do something tomorrow. I'm going to be busy tomorrow night because I'll be doing a celebratory dinner for landing a job. But, yeah, maybe I'll do something earlier in the day. It's kind of weird because, like I've mentioned how my brother does night shifts, he kind of sleeps during the day, so it's like, I can't really stream much during the day, so I'll figure something out. Worst comes to worst, I'll probably do something on, not Monday, because I have something on Monday, but maybe Tuesday at the latest? I'll figure it out. I'll try and get that in. I'll try and probably alternate between Cilio and if any of the other novels come out. Still waiting for Far Beyond the World and Tennis Ace and what else? Interia, I think. Yeah, Interia is still waiting on. Smoke Room waiting on. But yeah, when those come out, I'll put those into the routine. But for now, I'm just rotating between those two, Minotaur and Cilio. Socially Awkward I could get back to do Rask and Johns, but I probably might just do like a one-shot of that where I just do it like in one go as a one-off stream, just kind of randomly. I don't want to hold myself to a schedule for that for now, because I'm up to date on Tom and Macon's roots. I don't want to add so many more! But maybe I will, if there's enough interest. So that concludes tonight's video, and once again, thank you all for coming. Thank you to everybody for sticking through these long streams. I mean, I know these can get tiring, but I think long streams help people who tend to get easily distracted, especially ADHD or more like neurodivergent people like myself who need something long and soothing audio-wise in the background to listen to while they do something else. It's always appreciated to do that, and so yes, like I recommended, Lied Lud. It's hard to say his name, but you know his channel if you've seen it. Yeah, he also does similar stuff to this too, which is in like about hour-long increments, some longer. I think 2 hours at most, I think, for some of them. He did an Ocean Avenue reading that was like 2 hours. Yeah, but trying to recommend who else. Vivian Jade, I think. They've done more live streaming as of late. I'm not sure what Fallen Wolf is doing right now, but she's doing stuff. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who else is doing stuff, but of course there's Effie and Shin. Not gonna start plugging and showboating, but yeah. I like to always give thanks to all the people who do great creative stuff like that I'm close to, or at least are in my kind of circle of things. But yes, thank you all so much for coming tonight, and until next time, take care, folks.